Welcome to today's Zelda Dungeon special. It feels like months and months since we last did a dedicated puzzle special here in Super Mario Maker 2, so it's about time we caught up on some things, including this Skyline Temple by Shishiro, who some may remember from 5 and 6 YMM, particularly for that one sprawling Sonic level. But this Skyline Temple dates back to March, and it looks like it might be similar to something else I've played by Shishiro before, but I don't know if I played an early version or if I'm thinking of a different level completely. In other words, let's just get in and find out what it is. I mean, I don't have to clear on it. It's got a long world record, which indicates a lengthy experience to come. Let's take a peek. I'll also put in the level code in the chat for reference. And I'll try to remember to do that as I go, since we do have a bit of a list to get through today. Okay, ding ding, here's a tree, and a couple of one-ups for anybody who dares to try this in Endless. As well as a pipe that may take us down somewhere interesting immediately. Also, I noticed that since it's the start of the stream, my audio is dead already. That's the kind of thing we try to work out in the first few minutes. So you can hear the lovely airship music. Nothing non-standard, just good old SMB1 airship. Composed specifically for the Super Mario Maker series by Koji Kondo, until it was reincorporated into the mainline Mario series in the score to Super Mario Odyssey. Now hopefully audio will stick around this time. Anyway, eventually we'll want to activate a P-switch and take the steps that will take me back to the left. Until then, however, we will have to figure out what else we can do. Grab the Master Sword, obviously. That seems to be a very important part of the dungeon experience. And Mario, you read the title and expected Zelda games? I mean, we're not just going to speed to the dungeons if that were the case. That's not going to do the POW, the arrow shot will. And we need a better angle on it. There we go. That's going to go down, and then bomb actually would be within range of these 3 slots here, I think. Or would it? It would. Which leads to some interesting implications, I think, because you can actually break all 3 if you really wanted. I don't know why you would want to, unless you wanted to hop back in here to see if anything changes. But now that we have the ability to get out of this room, let's do that, and let's go back in. Taramis, welcome. And note that doesn't change a thing. So, maybe we broke something, maybe we didn't. That's okay, let's go about that P-switch activation again that happens with this platform, and get back out. Alright, what do we have here? This is just an on-off switch that we'll hit using the arrow. Not a big deal. Those guys are going to say, ow. Eventually we might have a second activation of the on-off switch, probably just using a bomb in this location. Whoops. Maybe not chucking it all the way over there, of course. If we do activate the on-off switch first, this opens up to the right. I don't see that as being useful right now, but we'll think about that when we get to it. Donut block. Wonder if that's going to do anything. We've seen some interesting donut entity tech before in a couple of different levels. I can't see the airship mob here. Okay, this is a bridge. It's not just something hazardous. Now, if we hit the POW block, what happens in this area? I don't know yet, so we'll break everything we can. It looks like jumping on this platform and lowering the blasters is important, but that, in order to do that, we actually need to drop out these 2 POW blocks first and have the blasters line up properly, which if I bothered to look at this ahead of time, I would have been able to see immediately. So let's reset through the door, and let's do the blaster segment here properly. Oh, let's grab those coins here while we can. This also shows me where the eventual key exit is going to be. And the skulls there indicate a boss. Alright, pretty simple then. We are going to spike these two. We're going to send a spike ball all the way across, and that's going to activate an on-off switch on the other side, which will then get me through the red walls that we see here. Once I remember to lower everything up here first. Notice how all of the blasters just fire Master Swords when they're being used as blocking pieces. It does make sense to keep the player's Master Sword refreshed throughout the level. No particular reason to do that I can see. We might as well grab a 10 coin just for style points. And this allows me to go back over here both ways. This looks like it's going to drop the cannon, and then create a throwing location to drop the red cannon once we have the ability to do so. And we'll do that. And then that is going to fire in what location? Well, let's take a look here. Okay, it does take care of this twister that we have here. We'll let the donuts refresh and then see if we can blow up some of the question blocks. I don't know if that's going to do anything functional, but we'll see about that. Now, Boom Boom here, I wonder. I think if you bomb the Goomba, or rather the block obstructing the Goomba from above, then you let it jump out. But then we are not within bomb range to do that currently. You'd need to do that from above. So, as far as I know... Okay, so it looks like it is signifying that Boom Boom holds the key. Interestingly enough, I wonder if we can get Boom Boom within bomb range. Not on this side, obviously, because the twister would do some pushing, but... that's something interesting to keep in mind. Whoops. Let's grab a Master Sword. Let's not grab a Master Sword. Let's be manifestly incautious. Alright, that's okay. We know how to do this so far. We'll just grab the sword down here, and we'll proceed. Wonder what the point of the bomb blowing up these blocks is here. When you reload into the room, the bomb just drops in. Could be for the sound effect, but don't know what it is accomplishing. Anyway, let's grab the P-switch. Interestingly enough, you could potentially get... no, you wouldn't get locked. This just raises... There's no P-switch activation here yet, in fact. This is just there to raise the blasters as a staircase, as we might have remembered from the previous attempt. And then, whoops, that's a miss. There we go. And the same idea over here. And then these two. Oh, I could have just swatted the second one with the sword, but whoever heard of doing things the fast way? We'll lower everything just in time. Have an on-off switch activation on this side. And we'll proceed. Interestingly enough, I wonder if we can get that any further. Probably not. That's okay. We'll do everything just as we did before. And yes, it looks like lowering that dislodges the twister over to the left. And that's what allows me to come up here. That doesn't do anything, we know. And then we'll come down, and yes, this is the part where I got whacked by Morton because I was very incautious about it. Looks like we actually want to do some fire deflection with the shield, as far as I understand it. Of course, that would require me to not get stun-locked like crazy, as we've been doing. Let's bomb the blaster on the other side first. That seems like it's probably the priority, if we can get there while retaining the sword without being stun-locked everywhere. Okay. And then that allows fire to come across, which then drops that out and allows me to lower, or rather start, that platform. Rather complex mechanism here, but it will allow me to do what? Well, it's going to send another Photoboo over. And the POW block is going to get rid of Morton for me. Very simple hit there. You just need to navigate the fire and get around all these locations. So, doing okay so far. Let's proceed to the checkpoint flag. Looks like if we have another on-off activation, we would be able to go up. Not that we can do that from the left, so let's continue over here. Also, I wonder... No. I guess it's not exactly within range. Oh, I see. Eventually there will be some kind of automated switching system with the Muncher, perhaps. Let's see. B. Suzuki, welcome. Okay, here we are. Let's get over to this side. And this looks like it's going to bounce, which then allows me to do an arrow shot for the POW, which then uncovers that door, but is not necessary yet. Until we get a key, which is going to be from this note block over here. Looks like we'll need to do some kind of loading with the track in order to bounce something over. And Aegis Cook, welcome. Aegis Cook, your level coming up was actually the reason I decided to run a Zelda special today. So I'm playing this one because I wasn't sure if you'd actually make it here, but I did have yours queued up second in case you showed up, so right on time. We are going to finish this one first, though. This one is by Shushiro. And it is not one that I played. I thought it might be one because I've played another Sky Dungeon by Shushiro before, but this one is definitely new to me. And this one came up back in March of this year. Okay, Wigglers are going to bop this. We just need to lead them over. And yeah, I guess Cook, it has been a while. But I'm sure you've been working on something very intricate as usual, so let's see what we're going to do here. We have the key, so we can just go through the door that we saw to the left. And yeah, everything kept you within range of the Muncher remaining dead, so this worked out just fine. Now, we are going to hit the POW because that would just drop all the coins, as well as all of these mines. Very fancy. Can I trap myself on the other side? I don't know. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a trap. I can always get out, but I was kind of curious. Anyway, let's make it over. We have another master tree over here. And we are going to lift up the POW for some reason now. Why would we want to do that? Because we want to launch it into the claw and have it sit there for safekeeping until we need it. So let's not drop it off the claw just yet. Maybe here will do, and then we need to bomb this out and send the POW across to this side. Seems like that's going to be just a little out of range. Within 2 range, can I do this? Seems like I should. There we go. Anyway, POW is going to be here. I feel like I actually needed to head bump the POW across so I would have something to walk on. But note, the POW is going to kill the Goomba, I think. And if it's within range of the Goomba, it gives me a fine. That would be an interesting concept, though, to head bump the POW and have it land to the right, so I have a platform to just walk my way across. I wonder if that would have, whoops, done anything interesting for me. I think, though, here, because I don't have recourse to the bomb, I do need to go back and get a Master Sword, so let's do that without further ado. That's precisely what that little exit is for, just to give me a second chance to see if we can go any further. We are likely to hit one timeout, given that we're past 1 checkpoint only, and we're already under 100 seconds, but we'll drop this over here. And Aegis Cook, you've been somewhat busy with life in general. Yeah, I think that's been the case for a lot of people. Whoops. That was unfortunate. That's okay, we're past checkpoint. We were going to run out of time anyhow. Yeah, I've been kind of not that able to get anything done in this game myself lately. It's been a mix of life being busy and Xenoblade 3 coming out, which is somewhat consumed all of my time this week. But yeah, I was originally hoping to get a level together in time for 7MMC, but it looks like that's not likely to happen for me. And we'll just have to be content with playing some other creations instead. But eventually we'll make it there. I kind of wonder if I can blow up that heart block to do anything. I don't think that actually accomplishes anything, though. So we'll just drop this Goomba if we can. And then that's going to send that over to the left. That's going to give me some Wigglers. Wigglers will get me the key. I said the Wigglers will get me the key. Yeah, we need a little bit of shoving here. And that does it. Oh, except I shouldn't have done it on this side, should I? Ah, yes, no, that's fine, because it just loads everything in a position. That's going to get me the key on the left. I didn't really pay close attention to that mechanism the first time I was here, so now we have seen it properly. We have a better idea of how it's going to work, so... Anyway, actually going to nab that on the first try, which is unusual. And then we will head out. Great. Alright. On the claw and over. And yet the extra ground block here prevents any issues with the bomb being out of position. It doesn't blow up the POW directly, though. Okay, so here's what I was talking about earlier. If I could just jump on the POW directly and go over, what does that do? That doesn't work because this blaster still needs to be lowered for me to get across, but I'm glad we had a little proof of concept here anyway. Okay, let's not get smushed by the POW this time. This is really important. Let's escort it over instead. And not make a total fiasco out of it, because we are going to jump on it and bomb my way out of the top. Okay, very fancy. This is going to take me somewhere. We haven't seen where yet, but we'll have a little sky platforming segment here to change things up. Looks like that was also a scroll break, which is going to load me all the way up here to the very top. And then, I mean, from here we can just proceed. Looks like we have boarded a train, if you look at this, which is pretty fancy. We're on the right side right now, so here we are on the master train, loading all of the spare master swords to their respective pipes. Luckily, I did not boink my head on one of the spikes right there. But it looks like we'll need to get in here. We'll need to find a key, come back out, enter the door. And here's the other key coin, so that solves that problem quickly. And that's CP2, or at least it tells me it will be. I wonder how this door is linked. Ah, yes, because I can't come out of this one here, so it looks like there will be a door exit. Pretty straightforward. And we'll see eventually how that other door is linked, or whether it was just something aesthetic. Okay, so we have boarded the train, which is parked above all of the other mechanisms that we saw earlier. This is going to drop fire on me, which was dangerous, given that it was overtly trying to give it a tap. And then we need an on-off switch that indicates to me that we're actually going to come up here and throw, like that. This little slot here with the coin to give you a clue to that, given that the ground tiles and the semi-solid blend together quite well. And I guess it's going to be the same idea here. We do need a bit of a running start, followed by a directional throw, which will then require me to do an arrow shot. Nope, it's going to be a little faster than that, I'm afraid. Alright, let's start here. There we go. And what do we have here? We'll need some kind of POW, probably, to rid ourselves of the Muncher obstruction over here. Meng, welcome. Anyway, let's rob the train. That's what trains are for. And then we have another Koopaling mini-boss here. And then let's just shield for the time being until we figure out what it is we're going to do. Looks like we need to probably... No, it's not going to be a bomb throw, it's going to be something else. I'm trying to see what we can actually hit with either the bombs or the arrow shot here. This we can't quite jump on top of, but oh no, it's going to be a diagonal arrow over here, but we need to jump a little bit. Okay, no, I get it. We just need to drop an arrow on him. That should have been obvious. And do have a nice clean locational marker on that. He's going to take a fair bit of punishment here, so we'll just dodge in the meantime and not expend 130 seconds in doing so. P-switch and POW. Now, is a second POW going to do anything for me if I escort it over? Yes, it is, because we have another Muncher that we do need to take care of once we get to the other side. At least, if I'm not mistaken. So, we'll unlock this POW over here. We'll try not to get squished by it, like the one we had to deal with earlier. And that will be the exit. Anyway, this we can blow up. Or we can just let this bomb do it for me. Oh, whoops, we squashed that before the boot properly exited. I kind of wonder what happens if you blow everything up, but failing that, we'll just... I mean, you can obviously drop a bomb here and then just squash everything afterwards. I think it's best if we just get out, though, given that we still have a checkpoint to maneuver towards at some point. So it's going to get rid of that. Then we do what? Well, we'll need to come back over here, probably. No. Or perhaps I can jump out of an exit somewhere here that I haven't considered yet. We have 60 seconds to figure this out. Oh no, we just slip out. Like that. Simple. And then we stomp this guy. Okay, great. Now, we can make it across over here, or we can make it through here. Now, why would we want to do that? Whoops. Ah, yes, we've unlocked more of these as we go. 45 seconds remaining. Let's see. We do not have a key over here, so that will not be it. Let's take the boot a little further and see what we can do with it. We may have to do this bit over again, don't we? Oh yeah, no, we have to kill Boom Boom. Because of... Oh, let's maybe be a little more careful with that. Yeah, that's what the boot up there was for. It was just there for signification. Looks like we're probably not going to kill Boom Boom within 10 seconds in this round. We'll just have to redo things from checkpoint, because we just won't have time to grab the key off of him and use it. But we try. 2 seconds. No, we're not going to make it. Time out just before we get to the key door. That's okay. We know how everything is going to go from this point, so let's just grab the boot once again. And that's how this checkpoint here is going to work. Just getting you to CP2 directly using the safety coin in conjunction with the switch activation, if I'm... Not the safety coin, rather, but the checkpoint entity limit coin in conjunction with the switch activation to get you through, so... Nice way to extend the length of this level and segment it out even further, given that we confidently expect a CP3 after the Boom Boom key door, I think. So, we'll see how that goes. As we, whoops, missed a diagonal shot, as I usually do. Nope, hang on. And Lord Pengu, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Nope, it's a little too slow still. Nope. You have to toss it and you have to shoot it in pretty quick succession. There we go. Now let's do the bow and arrow fight after we robbed a train. We want to get rid of more of these coins because the P-switch will otherwise obstruct me. Although, we'll just wait for it to expire when it does so. Okay. The shield is going to do a fair bit of work for me here. Okay. The bell is a rather nice touch. Now we'll save the next pal for the other muncher. So let's make it across. And see how that's going to go. Then it's just a matter of taking the boot over to Boom Boom once this bomb does its business. Well, not that quickly, we know. There we go. And let's take it back out. Stomp this guy. I said stomp this guy. There we are. Release Boom Boom. And fight Boom Boom, which will hopefully be a little more straightforward than the way I was doing it previously. Whoops. I said a little more straightforward than the way I was doing it previously. There we go. And we know how to re-obtain the boot at the start of this section, so we'll do that once we get back across and fight with the airship camera bob as we usually do. Whoops, that was dangerous. Let's grab another sword before we proceed, just to keep things steady. And that's going to get me through this key door over here, which looks like it's going to get me to the boss section at the very end. Anyway, it's the Legend of the letter Z. And the on-off switch here looks like that's something we can deal with using a bomb, maybe. Let's do that, see what the hype release is here. Okay, that's just a boot refresh, that makes sense. And I guess we do have to jump out across, although I wonder if I could have cancelled out of that and jumped over the cannonball. Well, guess we won't think about it right now. Samuel, welcome. Anyway, checkpoint. And you'll get a boot here anyway, so it didn't matter whether you took one across or not. Anyway, let's see what we can do over here. Well, not that. Anyway, nice little use of the spike ball over here to create a boot dispenser. I'm always fascinated with boot dispenser designs, given that those seem to have created a lot of creative solutions in the past. Okay, we need to probably take out the next one. Notice how this is a little train car here as well. Possibly even a train engine, in fact, if you look at it closely. Little choo-choo train here. Okay, let's stomp on this section over here, since we can. And that's going to allow me to get down here for some reason. And get nothing done until we get rid of that blaster. Looks like we actually need to maybe clear out a little more space. Let's see how we're going to go about doing that. Yes, Spike Ball is going to fire from the red one, and then it's going to break open the clouds, and then that's going to get me the on-off switch. So, I'm going to break it open. We're going to let that fire. That's going to crack everything open, and eventually make its way to the switching mechanism, which will get me to the cloud car. And Electrodude, welcome. And Sam will ask you, Electrodude, how's vacation, or shall we say Xenobladecation. If yours has been going anything like mine. Especially since I'm sure you've been patiently waiting for Splatoon 3 to come out eventually. And, yeah, Electrodude, I'm still on Chapter 3. Notice how you're busting your way through the entire level with the clown car as well as some of the automated mechanisms. This is very clever. And yeah, B. Suzuki, there's a lot of subtle use of the vertical scroll locking here. That definitely deserves some attention. Yeah, and we're going to go all the way back to the train. And what can we do from here? Well, Junior's still doing his thing. And I guess we do have to fight him over here as the finale. Very fun fight, actually. That's what all these sword refreshes were for all along, in fact, which we didn't know about, given that we hadn't really had to deal with that previously. Killing with the bomb it's probably a lot better than trying to do the fight this way, but that's okay. Let's grab a Master Sword just for safety and not hit my head on the spikes. And let's see what we can do with 60 seconds. And yeah, so Electrodude, I'm on Chapter 3, but that's maybe a little misleading because I have been on Chapter 3 for the last 25 hours of play, which tells you just how good Xenoblade 3 is at accommodating openness and non-linearity, much better than the previous games, much more like Xenoblade X in some ways, in fact. And here's a music segment. And we'll get the end of dungeon music. The Ocarina of Time version, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, you've got a piece of heart. But yeah, Electrodude, Xenoblade 3 has been extremely accommodating for my style of play, which usually involves just ignoring the main objectives and doing whatever I want. And at Teramis, yes, given the train theme for half the level, you would have expected something from Spirit Tracks. But anyway, for anybody who came in late, I'll punch in the code for this level once again in case anybody's interested in breaking it apart and just playing it through. I thought the finale was a great sequence. The whole bit with the clown car just smashing through the whole level. That was definitely quite a treat. So anyway, as I was saying earlier, the next thing we'll be doing is a new level by Angus Cook that just came up within the past day or so. I saw it and I thought, okay, we might as well just do a big Zelda catch-up today. And I'll punch in that code as well in the chat. So the second code is the one that I'm about to enter here. So this is The Legend of Zelda Bonehead Barriers. Find a way past a series of barriers in this puzzle adventure dungeon. A pretty quick clear time on this one compared to the last one. Fairly high clear rate as well, given that I guess coast levels are usually pretty accessible. We will see how we do on the first try. Let's play. So I'm probably not going to be running a super long stream today, but we'll get through what we can. I have a couple of other older codes lined up after this one, because you never know how long the puzzle dungeons are going to take. We've had some in the past that took about 2 hours to get through on the first time. Anyway, here's the Bonehead. I feel like that disguises something, and I'm going to shoot it. And I'm correct. Looks like it is... By the looks of it, an on-off switch. We have a twister over there. I mean, this is obviously leading you down, but we will take the twister instead. However, yeah, it looked like the twister is only going to take you through your right to left. We may have missed an opportunity to do anything more with it. However, if you fire this, then you're able to grab this coin. Great. There's 1 coin out of 4. Now, the problem is, how do you get back over? Probably by firing at this guy here. Let's see. Now, do we need to do an arrow shot here, or can I do a bomb throw. I think we need to do the arrow shot, unfortunately. Which is always going to be a fiasco with me. And as Samuel, you're saying you like the pixel art? Oh, you mean on the cover image, yeah. Alright, let's take a look at this once again. So it looks like we should treat the bones as on-off switches, just a way to stylize them. Which is kind of a nice touch. Just to make something look a little more thematic than the usual on-off activation scheme. Okay. There we go. There we go. I probably should have bounced back up into the vine and jumped off of that. Or done a jump off the vine and fired from there instead. Okay, so we know how we're going to be lowering this clear rate today, just from aerial shots with the bow and arrow. Always a bit of a problem when I play. Let's not jump directly to the base of the twister either. Anyway, it should be fairly clear from here. I feel like there's probably a cleaner and saner way to do that, but we will not see it. Also, I can totally drop a bomb here and do it that way. I like that a lot more, in fact. I think I've come to prefer that method immediately. Anyway, here's some Deku Babas. And this will eventually get you back up if you so wish. Looks like we have a POW here instead of an on-off switch. And we can just fire at it along here instead. Oh, okay. It's obstructed by something. At least along the side. Now let's see if we can get on top of the bones here so we can take a look at the vines. Nothing. Okay. That's okay. It's important to check. And then, looks like that's going to creep its way over. Arrow shot onto the skull should take care of that. Although you can also probably just jump across like that and be done with it. Okay, so that's going to be a temporary maneuver. Let's see what we can do with it. Alright, so we should do it from this side so we can get onto the donut block immediately and jump up like that. Nice mechanism there. Let's see if we can do a better shot from this side, which will then get me over. And we have this shape over here, which means what to me? Nothing yet, but I'm sure we'll figure that out eventually. So, yeah, interesting use of some of the blaster layering in conjunction with the Zelda dungeon layout. Looks like we want to drop a bomb here, actually, because it'll be 2 blocks. We haven't checked the right side in that room. We'll just need to remember to go back eventually once we drop in. There should be a way to reverse back upstairs, I think. We'll grab the checkpoint anyhow, though, before we check in either direction. Okay. Got a key over here. Looks like we'll just need 2 successive switch activations to deal with that, but it's not going to come over here, so probably dropping a bomb on top of the right side blaster, then shooting the arrow into the skull to lift the bomb for the second activation. That's probably the way to go about doing it. Let's reset this room, though. And we will try that again. And we'll just cycle around, yeah. Looks like we did miss something in the right side of the room before checkpoint 1. But if we did miss anything, and if we don't get the key door at the end for some reason, we will, of course, just do the sensible thing and replay the level. Anyway, there we go. And we are through to this section, which... This isn't going to be a vine, which tells me that we can blow it up. But why would we want to do that? Fire isn't going to hit anything over here, so... We can, however, make this explode and drop the blaster. And then tap everything we can to get to the next coin. So I'm assuming the coins should be required, but it might not be the case if the coins before checkpoint 1 are missable, unless there's a way to navigate our way back, which there might be, given that this is a Zelda dungeon after all. Hang on. There we go. That was surprisingly well timed. I think the idea, though, is that we do need to bounce a bomb to hit everything here, such that we can reach up there with the arrow, which means that I should take a moment before I toss. We'll just eventually find the timing through a little bit of trial and error, perhaps. There we go. That's number 2. And this might be a little more bomb bouncing. Oh, icicles, okay. Let's activate some icicles, perhaps. Also notice that there's the question mark block on the other side, which kind of implies to me that we need to maybe chuck a bomb over there as well. Possibly just escorting a bomb over one segment at a time, I think. And we'll need to do it a little better than that. Chai tea latte and Luca, welcome. And yeah, Bizuki, I have to agree. Excellent choice of sound effect. Also, very well-timed element over there. Let's pop in on this side, and what have we got? We've got an empty staircase, we've got this coin over here. Perhaps we didn't miss anything in that room I was concerned about. Hang on. See what we can do from up here. That looked a little dangerous, but we got it. Anyway, up this shadowy flight of stairs. And we now have to deal with these two. How shall we do it? Let's, whoops, not do that. Probably just launching a bomb upstairs. Seems like it's the best way. It's not going to happen like that, though. We'll eventually get one of these, I'm sure, just by trapping him along the side. That seems to be the best way to do it. Let's grab the other one anyway, in case we benefit from both keys somehow. And we'll just wait around here until we have an opportunity to... Whoops, nope. Missed a trap. Nope. Well, this could be going a lot better. There we go. Trapped it. Not close enough, though. We have 40 seconds. We should probably not mess around quite so much, but... Hang on. That's okay. This looks like it's probably pretty close to the ending anyway, so we'll see if we can actually do it in the time that remains. gonna be tight. There we go. Nope, no key. And we have 14 seconds to make do with what we have. Oh, okay, that's a flagpole. So we missed something with the key door then. We have to replay this so we can see about that fourth key coin. Looks like you do have to get them all in one run then. I don't see where the key door is, so let's redo it. I know probably where I missed the coin because there was that one room that we just didn't check properly. But I don't think I even saw where the key door was, now that I look at it, so let's replay this properly. And thank you for the GGs in the meantime. We're not quite finished, but... Whoops. We'll do what we can to lower the clear rate just a little further. And let's pop this once again. Well, if it looks like there's the key door that's locked behind the Dry Bones boss, maybe the key coins just give you a boss skip. But let's redo the level anyway and see what exactly we're dealing with. The Twister boss is the hardest one in the set, as you can see. Whoops, there we go. Okay, let's do this my way. That's not my way. Let's do this the other way. Hang on. There we go. Now, I wonder if anything happens if you take the Master Sword into the introductory section, because if you race the blaster in such a way that allows you to get there quickly enough, I wonder if you could make that happen. But regardless, we're going to just pop that and continue forward. Whoops. And we'll just hit these one at a time. I said we'll just hit these one at a time. Nope, not going to speed through it this way. Let's just stand at the center column and hope for the best. Need to give it a little bit of a jump. There we go. Not the cleanest, perhaps, but... Okay, it was something to the right over here that we just didn't see. Yeah, it looks like we need to bomb this location, in fact, and then get across. That's not going to hit. I don't think so, anyway. Yeah, pretty clear it wasn't. Then, come this way to do what? What did that accomplish? I'm not really clear on what that did, in fact, but let's just crush the Dry Bones, maybe, and see if anything happens. Nothing happens, okay. Well, you can't enter here. And I don't see anything else to manipulate, so... maybe that was nothing. Or maybe I'm just not paying attention. Okay, no, let's drop the bomb over here. That looks too suspicious, though. What's going on here? Okay, no, that just gives you another Master Sword. That's the point of that, I think. Nope. Out of position. Anyway, that's going to drop. And we're going to continue. So we're only at one coin still, past checkpoint 1. So I still missed something, it seems. That's okay, we'll just continue coming through the level, because I think I've checked everything so far, unless there was something in the introductory section that was inaccessible to me. We'll just need to look pretty carefully. I mean, it would make sense if the coin were past the final boss, because then otherwise the key coins would give you a boss skip past a key door, wouldn't it? So it's possible that I just missed something on the final screen. Usually that's how I would think levels like this are structured, that if you do have something like a safety coin, perhaps, or... yeah, if there were a safety coin, we didn't find the key exit anyway, and so that is definitely a possibility. I just didn't look very carefully because I didn't expect, with 15 seconds remaining, to run into the flag quite as soon as I did, so we just didn't have time to inspect the final area properly, and if we did it correctly this time around, then we might find a secret exit and be rewarded for our efforts. So that's going to be the going assumption, unless I see anything else that is an obvious miss, that perhaps there was, in fact, a safety coin and key door at the very end that we simply didn't see. I think if you throw right away, it might do it, but nope, not quite. Have to find the right timing here. Don't know if I'll be able to get that on a very consistent basis, but we'll do it anyway. Not seeing anything obviously manipulable in that section there. There are the icicles up top, but I think the icicles just act as a form of signification. You need to fire pretty much instantly. Not that instantly, perhaps, but a little bit of a timing challenge here as we make our way over to the door with 176 remaining on the clock, so let's see if we can do this a little faster this time, knowing that there is just one dry bones with the key at the very end, and that trapping one with a bomb is probably the best idea. You know, I didn't actually look to the left of that room just now. That... I wonder if it was worth considering. It's okay, we'll do a bit of a trap and hit nothing whatsoever. Okay, that's not it. But it does freeze one blaster, which is important, because that should get within range. That'll be done fairly quickly. I actually kind of wonder if it's possible for me to walk up top, but I think the stun from the seesaw here will prevent me from doing so, that even if I raise the seesaw, I won't actually be able to run up as Link. Oh well, that's okay. We'll actually have time to look at this area this time. Yeah, it's actually just a vine up here. We missed something really obvious. Oh, that was actually it. Okay. So we spent a lot of time looking for this when we could have just checked up top. Not that I had time to do so in a previous attempt, but especially with this little bonus room here that's going to be a fairly easily completable challenge, given that they just bounce up and down, and it's just a matter of clearing everything we can with the time remaining. There we go. Much more satisfying. Yeah, definitely not completable with the amount of time I had on the clock previously, but we've achieved the moral victory. And can I bomb the top of the flag? Is this going to reach it? Let's see. I wonder if this will be the top of the flagpole. Let's not lose Link here, though. That would be a rather sad way to go. No, let's do the arrow shot to bump it over. Nope, that's not the key. Okay. I was hoping it was. Oh, the flag is a little ways over anyway, so... When you got here, you instantly downstabbed into the pit. Oh, you mean here? Yeah, that would be maybe a bit of a sad way to go, but I was hoping to reveal the top of the flag, but that looks like it won't be it. Oh, in a dry bones room. Okay, I see. In the bonus room. Definitely a bit of an instinct. Anyway, we're not going to try to match the 153 time. I would have to play quite a lot better, especially with some of the things like the twisters and the bomb throws and blowing up the bombs for that one coin, although I suppose the coins will be optional, but we're not going to approach that. I kind of wonder how far ahead of the check time it is. No, check time still has the record. The clear check is ahead of the current world record by about a second, so speedrunners in the room, get on it. Okay, we're going to dial up some older ones. They have a bit of a backlog list here. There's a whole pile from Jimzan from a while ago. If you know Jimzan, who often makes combination Zelda plus music levels. There was one from earlier this year that I think I never actually caught up on, so we'll see if this is the correct code that I have. Yeah, this is Mecha Temple. Looks like it's the Triforce. I assume it's going to be Zelda. And I'll give you the code in chat in case you want to take a look. Let's see how it goes. Also, if anybody here has Zelda dungeon codes that they want to throw in today and levels that they're keen to see me play, I am open to suggestions. It's not really a viewer level stream as such, but if you have something that fits the theme that you really strongly believe I should play, I would be willing to take a look. Anyway, map to the left, and U equals P on the map, I guess. And the coin equals coin, I guess. Pink coin, probably. Oh, I see, okay. Those are the coin locations then. I see. You kind of stressed out when I tried to get up to the platform where the boss was. Yeah, just in case it actually worked, right? I mean, I'm not a good enough player technically to really do that. But anyway, we've got looping music. So hopefully my audio is working properly. Anyway, we need a Master Sword before we can do anything, so we'll... I wonder if this will be a Master Sword level, in fact. I assumed it would be, given... Oh yeah, it is. Anyway. We've got a mecha over here. We'll dump this on this side. No, we actually want the mecha to break this block so he can walk down... no, we need the mecha to break the block to the left. Okay. There we go. That makes sense. I was kind of wondering, if the mecha breaks this one, what does he do? He doesn't walk off, though, because he has the Goomrat walking pattern. Anyway, thanks again for the level, Aegis Cook. I'm glad we didn't actually break anything, although it would have been very informative for you if we did. Okay, looks like we want this to be dealt with somehow. It's not going to be with a bomb of mine. The switch here is just an instrument. Let's see what we can do with Link that we haven't considered already. We can break the... no, we can throw a bomb into the middle location and then pop it over with an arrow, perhaps. A little bit tricky, but it looks like it is doable. Well, you'd have to fire at it a lot better than I can, of course, but we'll try to make it happen in this location, perhaps. Nope, we do need to get a bit of a jump. The idea that I'm going for here is to try to launch a bomb into this location using a combination bomb and arrow shot. I don't know if that's actually a good idea. Looks like it is definitely supposed to blow up. The other thing I can do is just... No, we can't. Okay. That's fine. Let's just grab another sword. Okay. I think it's got to be it, but we'll try it a few times until I develop a better technique for doing this. Yeah, I'm convinced it absolutely has to be. Except that's just going to pop it up because we didn't do a very good job of that. What if I kill the mecha? Let's see what happens here. And what if we move the mecha after we kill it? Well, no. I mean, what if we just kill it outright? Then another mecha comes down and we can walk another mecha down. I think the idea is that we actually want a mecha to walk down here and fire two to right. This seems familiar. I actually wonder if I played an early draft of this or just something with a very similar idea. Nope, we don't want it here. We want to bomb it out. That's how this lock gets undone. Like I said, though, I don't have the clear on this current version, so perhaps I have not played it, but I think I remember playing something similarly structured in the past. But we'll try to launch this. Oh, it's not going to break. No, we have to break it with the bomb, of course. I forgot that this was not, in fact, a brick. That's okay. We'll just blow things up until they work. Okay, then we kick this guy over. And he's going to break the right side for me. Once I climb up here and get within range. No, we need to do this. And then we'll jump up. And then we have the map telling me, of course, that this is a tower. And the pink coin number 1 is in this area, and we'll need to obtain it. Now, probably by lowering a platform that's then going to give me an ascent up to the donut block. I think it's going to be a platform on a track that goes up and down. That seems like the likeliest scenario. Anyway, here's another coin over here. We will have to blow up that thing. Likely by blowing up the trampoline first, which will then load to the left of the conveyor, and then allow me to launch a bomb upwards, which we can then hit with an arrow going up this way. So, let's climb. See what else we're dealing with here. Bomb in that location looks like it can be activated with an arrow, and that will just unblock the yellow pipe. We should stay on ground level, perhaps, and just fire over the corner. Nope, that's not going to do it. Not quite. There we go. We have 100 seconds left. We will likely be timing out on this run. And Centrix, welcome. Yeah, I feel like I might have played a rough draft of this, in fact, because the Mecha Koopa setup looks familiar, but I don't know if at that point the music track was in its current finished form. Or maybe I just played something very similar, which is always possible. Anyway, you can move that guy to the left, which seems like it's likely to do something for me. Eventually. Can't actually fire at this. I don't think I can dunk anything on it just yet. I can, however, see if I can get the mecha to shoot anything to the left. We're going to run out of time anyway, so let's just experiment a little bit. Yep, that's going to drop it. That's exactly how to do it. Anyway, reaction time would be helpful here. Knowing where to stand would also be good. Okay, that gets you across somewhat. Doesn't quite do what I want, though. Does Nameca actually push the bomb? What would that even do? No, the bomb just needs to be within range of the coin, right? Or am I... Oh no, it blew up the block, so you just grab it this way. We have a few seconds left, so we're just showing that I noticed the solution before we time out and have to redo it. Okay, let's load in, get the music going again. Interesting use of the ice to disguise everything that's not track. That's going to load in, and let's get going. So, first order of business, we get the mecha down to this location here. Notice how this is also one of those vertical music levels where the instrumentation develops as you ascend. We've seen that done a few times with global loading before, where more of the music gets loaded in as you progress. But kind of nice to see it in a bit of a puzzle layout. Let's blow this up first, and then we'll get rid of the mecha on the right side, which will then spawn a new one through the pipe. Allow me to take one over to the correct location, eventually. Then we'll blow up the block on the right and proceed. This is going much faster, as we would want to have happen. And we'll go up. Alright, here, same idea as what we had previously. Like I said, eventually we'll need to lower a platform down to middle track to grab that coin, so that coin might even be the last, for all I know. It's going to be an arrow shot on the bomb, followed by some mecha manipulation. First try, not bad. Okay, let's get the mecha to punch through here. We'll pop it like that. Whoops. That didn't work nearly as well as I had hoped. There we go. And we'll wrap around... no, we don't want to wrap around yet. We want to grab the coin on the left side first while we still have everything within range. Come on. There we go. And we don't want to miss quite so badly here. That should hopefully be within range. It is not. There we go. Arrow shot for coin 1, and this time we have 300 seconds remaining, which is a pretty significant improvement from how the last attempt was going. And let's move on up. I said let's move on up. There we go. I'm sure there's some reason why we want to blow that up. But we'll say it's because it was there. Now, as for this twister... I wonder if I can drop a bomb here and tap it. Nope. Something we'll need to drop in that note block or bounce on top of it, though. We'll have to deal with it afterwards. Let's see what else is going on in this area. Kind of interesting that this is... Well, I mean, it's just a note block. You can't hit it from the side like that. But if you do something else to load an object onto the twister, perhaps. Possibly a Master Sword, in fact. If we tap the Master Sword over, escort it all the way across, and have the Master Sword get launched by the twister up to the top level. That's a promising idea, as long as we don't lose the sword while we're at it. In fact, you could just tap the sword that way through the one-way panel. That's something we should have considered much earlier. And that's going to bounce on the twister, and that will do what for me? That's going to load that over onto the note block on the left, which then gives me a vine. Very good. Now, we blow that up, and what does that give me? Probably a mecha, if that's going to give me something to drop the trampoline, which will then allow me to I probably want to send the Master Sword over there, in fact. No, I don't. I want to send a bomb, because then we'll fire an arrow at it, as before. Because we can't shoot the Master Sword and reposition it, obviously, so we'll do it this way instead. I don't know if we can escort the mecha, but we're going to try. And then perhaps we can move him over for some purpose. Whoops, I feel like I needed him to shoot this thing to the left, and I was right. So never mind, we'll need to blow this guy up and get another one. That was the correct idea, though, that we wanted to blow up this block over here so we can climb across. Yeah, really interesting mecha escort usage in this level. Even independent of it being a Link dungeon, I feel like that's one of its strengths here. We need another Master Sword. We'll just go down and get one. Interesting double use here of the Master Sword as both a puzzle object and a very well-placed refresh point. Okay, let's kick this guy over, but not too far. And let's see what he does. Come on. Okay, do we need him any further? No, we just need the on-off switch, I think, so we'll just get rid of him. Dunk him out of here somehow. On-off switch is going to open the tracks. In fact, it may even unblock the relevant track platform. Yeah, because we want to activate this platform. This platform is the one that will get me to coin 3. We have 100 seconds left, so let's not spend too much time on coin 2 over here. And look at that! With the activation of the on-off switch, the music continues. And so we develop the track a little bit further. We're going to go for coin 3 over here. That's going to take me down. And the platform is going to push me back up for this coin over here. Now we need to think about where the key door was, because I certainly don't remember. After all that wandering around. Could have been anywhere, really. I actually have no recollection of where we left it. Well, that's okay. Nothing to do but navigate through the level again and hope we run into it somewhere along the way. I feel like I wanted that platform to be available to me as a lift to take me back up, but we'll just go up the long way instead and see if that does anything in the remaining 20-something seconds. Ah, key door is over here. Great. Now we'll exit with 19 on the clock and see what's going on here. Wonder what we can do with the muncher. It looks like we need to hit the POW using the on-off switch. Probably just... we have 4 seconds. We're not going to get it. That's okay. Yeah, the idea here was that you would probably just have a spike ball coming out of the pipe. It would hit the POW. Or mecha, actually. Likely it's a mecha out of the pipe to be thematically congruent here. It would hit the POW. You would get rid of the muncher. You would hit the top of the flag. We, however, did not have time. Let's catch up on a couple more by Jim's End, in fact, because it's been a long time, and I have a couple of other Zelda dungeons on this list that I think I never got through. This was his first upload in an extremely long time, as you can see. The only level in 2021 or 2. But let's see some more Zelda. Bird Divine Beast from Breath of the Wild. Boss battle at the end with some tunes. Alright, let's take a look at this. Looks like we probably just want to tap that in any given fashion. Makes sense for this to be the entry into an aerial temple, particularly given the way that you actually enter the Divine Beast in a real game, which perhaps has easier flotation to work with than what we have with the twisters here. Anyway, let's blow that up. And we have a stump on the left side, which we'll deal with eventually. Oh, we have the twister cling mechanic, which is very recognizable by now. However, to do the twister cling mechanic, we need to set the ice block on fire. And we don't have the means to do that just yet. Until we come over here and get some kind of deflection going. And yeah, deflecting like this does nothing, but we can probably gradually work it over. Nope, hang on. We want it to bounce over here and up top. Let's see if we can just bounce it as it's coming down. There we go. And it's going to deflect down this way, which is probably not going to be helpful. Yeah, we just need to push it, whoops. Push it further along the maze, perhaps. Nope, it's just going to bounce off the slope here, and that's going to release it. Okay, great, problem solved. Totally intentional, by the way. Anyway, Twister Magnet Madness. And that's going to get me over to this bomb over here. Let's do a proper bomb throw. Nope, guess not. Okay, we're going to need to do this a lot better than that. But let's go. That's a much better throw. We just needed to project it up top afterwards. Let's throw from over here. Was not really within cling range here, or rather seesaw range here anyway. Let's think about that for a moment. I feel like we're doing something not quite right. Yeah, you would need to load it onto the right side first, because then would raise this part of the seesaw, and then I would be able to hit it. So we need to send it all the way over. And a lot better than I've been doing. No, we need to improve the throw quite a bit. Nope. Probably just throw from the cloud. Hang on. Does need to be a directional throw just to get that speed going, but we're not doing this very well. There we go. There has to be a better way to do it. That's I'm not considering. Probably no, it's the ground pound. That's what it is. Or rather, ground pound on the bomb once we do it. It's been too long since I played this. And document, like you said, right on time might be a fast way to send that bomb. Yeah, it tells you how long it's been since I've actually played one of these, that I didn't consider that as soon as I should have. But we'll make it over here. And what do we have now? We opened this up to the left to the key door. We don't have a key just yet, but we are now able to send a bomb over here to break some ice. Possibly break some more ice. In fact, we can just hold this. There we go. Now let's... Oh, okay. That's fine. No Master Sword. Let's see if we can actually get it. I feel like I trapped myself without a sword. When we could have just come over here, in fact, in the first place. Alright, I may have locked myself, actually. Unless I can see a way to get down. Nope, Twister. Okay, Twister. Okay, great. Quality control. Using twisters. Absolutely wonderful. I guess, yeah, we needed to get out of range first to get the No, the Twister would eventually have just come back into position. If we lose this sword, though, then what happens? Then are we actually sunk? I think we are. That was not intentional, by the way. That was just an accidental whoops. I lost the sword again. Okay. We'll never know. Or we might know again very soon. And yeah, document, I assume that was what the hint was. And Centrix, you learn something new about this game. Almost every day, I suppose. Yep. Okay, let's break this open for once. We won't need it until this. Yeah, I guess the Twister just helps you out once, and then never again. Anyway, this is going to bump, and we'll just try to bump it onto lower level. Once it's on the lower level, it's going to go up the diagonal slope, and then it's going to go up towards the ice. So, need to have a little bit of finesse here as it comes in. Bumping it from the other direction actually makes a lot more sense, but we are going to do things the long way because that is just how I play. Let's make sure it melts. Yeah, there we go. And let's ride this across. Okay. Drop this. Ground pound. Ground pound again, and there we go. This will eventually be a boss. Not yet, though. Also, why didn't I just come back for this one here? When I lost this Master Sword, why didn't I just do that? I can tell you exactly why. Because we decided to be all fancy and see if we can break anything instead. Oh, I see. So the icicle drops out the Twister, and that's how you eventually manage to get that back. Okay, I see, I see. I didn't understand that that was what happened the first time. So, let's get over here. Let's get rid of the stump, which will then solve some of this once we get the seesaw repositioned. Let's reposition it. I probably wanted to load the spring onto it first. That seems like a rather important thing to do. Then we'll come over here to this side and then pop it over accordingly. There we go. That's how to do it. And to the boss. Electrodude, you have to go now. Yeah, have fun with both this game and Xenoblade 3. And whatever else you're doing during your summer off. Anyway, custom music, as we expect from a Jim Zen creation. I think this actually is the Windblight Ganon music, but I'm not completely sure. I actually don't know the Divine Beast music as well as I should. But let's see Roy come down onto the cloud. Roy's aim is impeccable. Nice little winged Roy setup here, in fact. I should eventually actually bop him on the head, or do the downward strike. Or... ah, here it is. Yeah, that's the Divine Beast motif. Across the entirety of the game. Whoops. Roy is very visually deceptive sometimes. Thankfully, we're not going to get stomped, at least not yet. Do need another Master Sword pretty soon, though. Whoops. Come on. There we go. Wasn't I given a Master Sword somewhere around here, or... I guess not. That's okay, let's just stomp him. let's not get too fancy about it. I thought it was given a Master Sword, but we'll see about that. Okay, now we can get through. Yeah, I guess you're not supposed to just endlessly reload the Master Sword in this section. Also notice that this was just reloading Roy into the main section of the level itself. It was just done with a door and a state switch. And let's just get back in here. That's going to be a GG, maybe. Well, let's explore up here first to make sure we don't hit the flag prematurely before we've seen a little more of what's going on. We have a helmet to break the GG wide open in case we want to obstruct ourselves from going any further. In fact, we'll probably do exactly that. For no good reason except to collect 1-ups, which is a very good reason. Kind of want to check everywhere for this now. Here we go. Have to do things properly around here, so it's going to be the end of that one. Well, unless people have other suggestions, let's just keep going down the list. I've budgeted a lot more time for Zelda dungeons than I actually needed today, given that in the past we've had some run extremely long. But yeah, I have a couple down here that I haven't looked at yet, so we'll just continue going down Jimson's list and see some more of this. Custom music. This is SMB 2, I think. No, despite being a dungeon, we'll just prioritize the Zelda ones for now. I think there are a few that I haven't seen. Hyrule Castle from Breath of the Wild. Let's do it. It's another music puzzler. Okay. In we go. And let's not get crushed by note blocks along the way. That would be very unfortunate, especially as they're just starting to load in. And so we'll get the beginning of the loop here. We also see the skulls over there as a lake, perhaps. What is this? Maybe we do need to wait for the music to load in first before something happens for me. Because I don't think I can interact with anything until a state switch, which is likely to give me the Master Sword, and then I can start pumping things. Unless... oh yeah, Spike Ball. I think we need to get the Spike Ball over to the left, though. Let's break that open. We need to raise the camera first, that's the priority. Raise the camera and we stay left. If we can. Yeah, just a Master Sword. So we need to raise the camera and leave the camera up. And then... oh no, we just need to bump this. Never mind. And then it's going to go up that way. There we go. Much more sensible. And then... oh, so much for that over there. Can I get another Master Sword? Maybe not. We might be dead. If I can't get another sword. Oh no, oh. We actually could. If the sword is coming out of the top left pipe, we could get that within range. I just didn't do so very safely. That's right, we'll try it again. Okay, same idea. We'll climb up here so the camera is within range. And pop that to the left. Interesting use of the Spike Ball here. Not the kind of solution you always see. Interestingly enough, we could bomb the bricks under the one-way panel now, but there's no reason to do so unless we really want some additional problems. Actually, no, we just need a timed activation of the on-off switch. This is simple. I don't know why I'm messing around with that, except, of course, to lose the sword once again. Can we get a sword off the left? Yes, we can. So we need to drop into the right side, and then we actually just need to pop the spring from down below, so it bounces the spike ball back. Like this. And we can probably just do the loop a second time here. Because the spike ball will just keep on activating as long as we open this up first. Oh, except we need a second spike ball. Okay. That's fine, because we can just... No, we can't. Okay. You know... Okay, no. I think I know what to do. We'll just pop this first. Hang on. We'll do 2 activations once again. Nope. Bomb is a little bit close there. Hang on. This is being a bit of a fiasco. Let's grab Master Sword. I'm probably making this harder on myself than I need to, but that's okay. We'll just grab a sword over here. And once again, that's going to kill it. Hang on. You know, we just need to get within camera range of an additional spike ball. I don't know why I'm doing it this way when we just need to stay up on the camera up here. And we just... No, we don't, because we still need the on-off switch to be activated. Okay, never mind. Let's try this again. I think we do need the on-off switch. There we go. And then another spike ball will come in. Then we jump up. And there we go. At long last, we almost entered the castle, which seems like it's a necessary step before we get to anything else. As the music develops further, and we see this room here, which will require another activation of an on-off switch, possibly with tapping a sword over, or a bomb to activate this block over here. That looks like it's going to be an arrow shot location for sure. There we go. That's going to send a spike ball over, which will not do anything to the cloud at the moment, but if we can, first of all, tap this to see what it does. Then it's going to bounce, but if we activate the on-off switch and then have another oscillating activation. Nope, not like that, but... It's gonna go back. We need to get here pretty quickly, though. And not lose the sword in the process. Okay, what have we got here? We need to blow up the brick on the left. That seems like it's going to be the same kind of setup as usual, except this time with a buzzing helmet, which is then going to allow me to do what is going to allow me to load the muncher into this location, so the spike ball should roll off. That's exactly what's going to happen. We do, however, need to probably raise it further in some location, like bump it over so it's going up to the other side. However, to do that, I think we need to we want to bump it over to the claw, and so the off state probably is what we want. Except we need something to get it over that second block as well, and I don't know what that will be. I feel like we need to get rid of the Muncher somehow, and then once the Muncher is clear and we're on the off state, then a state switch. Using the on-off switch, we can get rid of the Muncher. Using a state switch, using the on-off switch that we can tap with a sword down here, we are able to then escort the spike ball all the way across. Like that. Once we have one trapped by the claw, then we're set. So we have one trapped by the claw. It can activate the on-off switch at any given time. And we want probably a bomb activation here, so we can go down. And once we activate this, it gets me across. And then we take damage over here and get over to the boss room with 100 seconds remaining. This is going to be a checkpoint followed by probably another globally loaded music drop. And what's this fight going to be this time? Let's see. Well, we should probably do something about that Muncher. We can also probably eradicate this ice block to the left over here. So we do not want a P-switch activation. That's the thing we're trying to avoid, because that would just drop everything. We need it to activate POWs, though. And in order to do that, we need to activate the on-off switch first. So we'll probably do that with an arrow shot. And then we need to hit POWs, but not P-switches. Okay. We can probably just swat some of these, but they will keep on spawning. Although having one piece block them out of the way certainly helps. Once again, we need to hit POWs, not P-switches. Oops, and not the on-off switch either. Alright, let's use one of the remaining Master Swords. Oops. Let's use two of the remaining Master Swords. Nope, let's run out of Master Swords. That's okay, we had 12 seconds on the clock. That was unlikely to be the attempt anyway. Let's just keep going. Okay, I understand the principle of the fight now. Let's just do it accurately without running into every spiny along the way. Whoops, nope. Can't afford to miss, because that's what happens. Derbyshide Visor, did I try some of Barnstorm's dungeons yet? No, I don't think so. If you have a code, please send it to me, and we'll queue it up next after this one. So we have a bit more variety, since we've already done a few of Jim's Ends. So yeah, you're perfectly welcome to suggest a code, and we'll play that one next. If you have a particular favorite that you would like me to see, or one that you think is a good introduction to Barnstorm's work. Because I don't think I've played their dungeons before. At least I don't remember doing so. You know what, let's bomb some of these guys. I don't know how helpful that'll be, but we'll at least try not to. You know what, actually, the arrow is going to be the way to clear them. I should have remembered that. That we can just clear them completely, whereas the sword will not do the trick. There we go, that's punch number 2. And then we should be able to get a key off the remaining one, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like we made a mistake, so never mind that. Down we go. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, that's punch number 1. And we'll just get over here as efficiently as we can. There we go, and a POW block is going to take care of business for me here. And we only have one POW remaining, so we do need to time that fairly well. And that's it. And here's another GG that we're obviously going to check. In case there's anything. You never know. Looks like I do have to bomb my way back out, though. So if you took self-damage with the bomb as Mario in this area, you would probably lock yourself on the left side of the G. I'm probably the only player silly enough to intentionally do that, but we'll try to avoid that this run. And thank you for the code from Debashad Visor. We'll take a look at that. Oh, okay, we actually missed a Shelmet. How did we miss a Shelmet? Because we would have needed to survive with the Shelmet from earlier? I don't know, because there was a required bit of spike damage at the end of that, wasn't there? So let's take a look here. There was a required point of damage when exiting that area, so in order to do that, you would have needed to perhaps have invincibility frames and grab a second shell, or maybe there's just a secret shell somewhere in here that we don't know about. Regardless, it looks like... Okay, he essentially made 2 Link Super Worlds. Okay, we'll definitely take a look at that. Alright, so we missed something here, and we don't know what. But it might not be obtainable past checkpoint, given that the only shell that we saw was pre-checkpoint, and just don't see what else it could be, unless it is an invisible block somewhere here. Perhaps above this cloud, we can always check. Whoops. We have time, we can take a look. But it's likely that I just missed whatever the bonus was here. Oh. Nope. Alright, let's just go. You'd recommend starting with the Breath of the Wild stuff. Okay, instead of just punching in a super world. That's okay, we'll punch in a code and we'll see what to do. So thank you for the GG. That was imperfect once again, but good to check off a few more from our list. And yeah, Aegis Cook, a lot of Jim Zen's levels are exactly like that. They're kind of combination puzzle plus music levels. Many of them are Zelda dungeons. It had been a long time since I'd caught up on him, obviously. I played a lot of his levels back in 2020, I think. Anyway, there is a super world with 40 courses here from Barnstorm. A lot of Metroid here, too. And so, you want me to try Breath of the Wild. There is a huge series. Let's do as many of these as we can, then. We'll just start with Breath of the Wild 1 and work our way forward through as many as we can. Looks like a huge list, and yeah, I don't think I've seen these, so... And this is fairly recent, too. This is all from 2022, all of the Breath of the Wild and Metroid levels that we see here. The Isolated Plateau. Activate the Sheikah Tower to open the shrine holding the power of magnesis. Okay. And the custom music here actually works quite well too, using the sound effect to create the Breath of the Wild ancient mechanical effect. Anyway, let's punch this. Let's punch it again just to see what happens. Nothing. And we have something that looks like constellations here. Master Swords. Helmet, and this. Okay. Well, the Master Sword is able to bomb this block. But then we'd need to tap the helmet afterwards to raise it. Wouldn't we? Actually, no, that might just raise the helmet using the usual kind of shell offset setup that we see in so many platforming levels. That's going to get me through. Yeah, the track designs are a very nice touch aesthetically. Oh, very nice. Yeah, because that's where you wake up, in the resurrection chamber, and then this is literally the introduction to Breath of the Wild with a lot more auto-scroll. That was a very satisfying reveal, I have to say. Also, since this is the Great Plateau, we're going to do what we did in the real Great Plateau. And jump. I was just curious, and by the looks of it, lots of people were curious, because, you know, it was important to see whether that was also faithful to the original game. A very critical step. Yeah, so this actually is the Resurrection Chamber. It gives you these... Actually, this kind of rings a bit of a bell now, where Derbyshire Vista, I don't know if Barnstorm ever made any Super Mario Odyssey remakes. Given that there are a bunch of Nintendo adaptations that are on this list, but I'm trying to remember who it was who made this huge series of Mario Odyssey remakes that this kind of reminds me of, in terms of how studiously it's trying to retrace the actual game. Anyway, let's make it through here. That was a very quick run through the Great Plateau, and then we will be down on this side. We'll, of course, attempt to punch through everything here just to see what happens. Nothing happens. And then, down here we go. So it looks like the Shelmet was actually completely optional, if I am not mistaken. Just a nice little bonus if you bothered to go for it. We, of course, should bomb our way through the right side. I feel like jumping through here would be a mistake, but... we shouldn't abandon any platformer logic when playing through a puzzle level, so... or really just kind of a general Link Adventure level, by the looks of it. Now, if we blow that up, nothing happens. We will tap this, though, and see what we're doing with up here. Oh, okay, yep. We just needed to get out of range of the camera and unblock the entities by killing these guys, and that's definitely an entity block pipe by the looks of it. A lot of entity control possible as we're just scrolling through one screen to the next with auto-scroll. Just to keep total control over what has or hasn't been loaded at a given time. Anyway, this looks like it is the shrine entrance. Boom Boom is going to do his best impression of a guardian. Except without the mecha beams, perhaps. But we will pop that. Yeah, I guess we'll eventually need to tap some kind of on-off switch, unless this is just aesthetic, but I don't think it is. I think we will, in fact, have to make it through. Especially with that on-off state switch block under the door. I'm guessing there will be an on-off state switch here, and we will reverse back through that door once the red block has been activated. Looks like the sensible thing that will happen. Okay, on-off switches are up there. We can just tap them directly from below. That'll get me through the tower. This was the tower climb. Interesting use of the vines and the P blocks to create the effect of the ladder. We'll climb all the way back. And not jump on top of the clouds. We'll totally miss the hammer on every shot. That's okay. That's how to kill him with style. And then into the shrine we go. Okay. We've descended into the shrine. This is the huge beam of light at the entrance. And a checkpoint, because obviously there's one of those. What does the POW block do? It does something off screen to give me a key. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then we fight Birdo, apparently. This is going to be... Okay, there is a wall in the middle. Let's be aware of that. And, oh, we lost a Shelmet. Okay, never mind. Looks like we will need to find what the gap is here. Looks like it is a hard block up top, though, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? Let's see. Yeah, we just needed to break that, and then... That's going to be something timed. We need to tap the bomb quickly enough that it doesn't get crushed by the Muncher. I think. Or we just do what we did the last time we encountered this. Except not quite. There we go. That worked out a lot better. And then we hit the POW. I bet there's some kind of bonus at the end for keeping the Shelmet that we are skipping completely. Anyway, here's Aquamentus and Ganon at the same time, apparently. Looks like we do need to bomb some of these. And eventually probably just send something across. Also, yeah, this guy can be killed by the bomb, but I wonder if the mechas reload. We'll want to unblock the pipe, of course. And something is going to perhaps spawn from it and roll across. Okay, never mind. I guess not. But it was worth trying, anyhow. Maybe something interesting will eventually happen, but we'll come up here first and see. This definitely got to be something. Okay, I heard something break. And there are donut blocks up top as well that we haven't engaged with. What if we moved the camera up top a little bit? What if we actually go through the door as well? That would be helpful, but... Okay, maybe it's nothing. I was curious. We've got 100 seconds, though, and then we need to... Whoop. Probably just deal with all these guys. Hit the on-off switch to move the spring over one segment at a time. I said one segment at a time. Yeah, as it's moving in the correct direction. And there's the key. Okay, that's going to bounce me. And then this is the shrine. That's also the top of the flagpole. So perhaps there is nothing for getting the Shelmet all the way here. But we'll continue the adventure. I'm not exactly sure I see how that was the power of Magnesis, but... Because it looked like we were using the bombs everywhere. Which is closer to the bomb power, perhaps, but... We'll take it. And we'll do the next one. Seek out Impa. So, this sequence is very much unlike my experience with Breath of the Wild, because the first time I played the game, I received a quest, which was the first quest you get when you leave the plateau, which is go to Kakariko Village and seek out Impa. I think I did that at about 180 hours into the game. Because I did literally everything else I could before then. I did about 110-ish out of 120 shrines, which was a little short of what you are actually allowed to do. And I did all of the Divine Beasts, just did a ton of stuff before I actually did quest number 1. Drupashad Visitor, he has a lot of talent. He doesn't have design 100% down, but it's great to see his ideas, especially given he knows music and entity stuff. Yeah, a lot of attention to creating the aesthetic look and feel of the original game, for sure. Much more thorough than you'll see in most remakes. But on the path to Kakariko Village, a gigantic stone talus stands in your way. Let's see it. And I love the pixel art here, too, with Impa's hat. And yeah, it definitely looked like he just cranked out a ton of this stuff. And, whoops, losing the sword already. That's a bad start. That's okay, we'll grab another one. And this is telling me something. Possibly we just need to tap this block and then... Oh, interesting, okay. Wonder what that was doing. Mechanically, I'm thinking about how this activated on off. Oh, probably just because of the block spawning. Yeah, that's right. Yahaha, Terminus, as they say. You found me. Whoops, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that. Let's grab another sword, in fact, before I try any precision shenanigans, which are definitely not my talent in this game. Anyway, this is just going to spawn moles everywhere. I can actually block this again if I wanted. Do I want to do that? We will see. Also, I am able to bust this block by just holding a bomb into it, but I don't know why I would want to do that. That would probably be a bad idea. Yeah. This is the precision player's route by the looks of it, and that's not going to be me. Okay, so we opened up that gate. We can also bust this open immediately. There's something that I think sometimes a lot of dungeon designers don't necessarily account for, but we can also take it as a speed route. We actually could have done this without the activation of the on-off switch. I wonder if that breaks anything. I don't think it should, though. You would get here with the on-off switch already activated, perhaps, but that's the only thing it would affect. Now, why would that matter? Because the on-off switch would block whatever is happening with this one-way pedal. Oh, yeah, this is the way forward for sure. One of the two, anyway. There was also that bottom segment with the question block. I do wonder what that is, and we will check. Give it a bit of a tap. Possibly a one-up mushroom or something fancy. It's a star, okay. Looks like it's just a bonus star. We'll just take it and run with it. Actually seeing a star used for bonus purposes, that's something you don't see too often in Mario Maker at all. Given that the star is able to break so many things that people don't necessarily design around it. Game audio seems to be a little desynced. Okay, I'll try to do a bit of a quick resync on it, Terminus. We had audio kind of completely cut out on me earlier in the stream, and so hopefully... Sometimes it restores itself, but we'll try to give that a little bit of a fix-up, as we usually do, and hopefully it will come off as a little better. Give me just one moment. And we'll hopefully not take the stream down with me, which unfortunately has happened before when I try to fix this. But we should be fine. There we go. Okay, do let me know if the audio performance is acceptable. We can probably just hold it over here. That might be a bad idea. No, that's a bad idea. We should probably just tap that spot, in fact. Let's grab another sword. It's not entirely clear to me what I'm doing here, but well. Oh, yeah, no, it's just telling you to tap the blaster itself. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We found a checkpoint up top already. This is just a Shelmet location, and it is accessible from the checkpoint itself, so just a bonus Shelmet, as we saw in the first part. Nice way to Create a bit of an optional collectible. Okay, so this is the Stone Talus. And it comes with music. And it's going to chuck you across half the level, which is what the Talus does. Let's not get shot in the face, though. That would be bad. So, yeah, it's an auto-scroll fight where it throws rocks at you. That's an interesting way to do it, while using the scroll to also create a music track. Let's get the Shelmet. I feel like I will need it. We could have shielded the spike balls from time to time as well, or bounced on top of them, but given the speed of the auto-scroll, perhaps I didn't have too much flexibility to just sit there and shield a shot, so we'll just try to jump around it a little more successfully this time. So, here's the Talus. It's going to stomp all over the ground, and oh, that is already going badly. Nope, trying to shield it again, and it was just too slow. Nope. We actually want to stay fairly close to the blaster. It is moving on a cloud, so we do need to watch its movements carefully. But we will see if we can improve the method here somehow. I'm not reacting quickly enough to really shield into the spike ball and still have the flexibility to move around, so a lot of things could be improved. Anyway, here we go. Okay, on a tree. This is a lot more sensible. Using the vines would also be sensible. I don't know why I didn't consider it previously. Other than just failing to hold the correct button on the D-pad. Let's try not to fall into the pits as well. That would be a very unfortunate way to go. Look at that, it lobbed the spike ball and it went the other way because of the cloud. Whoops. That's okay, we hit the checkpoint. That's fine. We just lost a Shelmet. Anyway, we blew it up. And as they say in 69YM Meng, nice. Okay. And Master Sword there. It looks like you could easily bomb yourself. But not without blowing up the question block, so perhaps that's not an issue. But let's see what we can do. Because I think if I blow up some of this stuff, I don't know if we can actually get up there. Maybe from up top. We'd have a platform back there, though, I think. Oh yeah, okay, so this is where you reach the village, and this is the bit where you have to place the apple in the slot or something to get the Korok to come out. So, yeah, this is just a gate, and you have to tap the question block to also find a Korok. So, some of this is just aesthetic, we have to read that accordingly. And we have arrived. Let's keep going. You seem fairly quick to get through. We can probably do a big chunk of this series. Captured memories. Hunting Korok seeds on Bridge of Hylia. You feel a memory. Your day are ruins. This is also something I did pretty much near the end of the game because, of course, since I didn't talk to Impa until about 180 hours in, I also didn't get the Sheikah Slate camera until I had already explored most of the map. But we'll experience the game this way, this time. I started doing a replay of Breath of the Wild in Master Mode earlier this year, since it was a long-standing ambition of mine to replay the game on Master Mode with the Pro interface and in a second language. And so I've kind of flowed through it a different way. I've been away from that file for a little while now because I've been playing too many other things, but I do mean to complete it steadily between now and the sequel. And Rybones, yeah, that ending. Well, let's tap this. Rybones, hope you've been doing well. I know that you've had some recent creations come up as well that I still have to catch up on. Like that level of short time challenges, I think. Anyway, let's keep moving. There is a pink coin down there that we don't see how to obtain just yet, but I'll probably need to go lower in the level eventually. Whoops. That was unfortunate, losing it so soon. Let's grab another sword if we can, and see if we can treat that properly. Do we have a way to grab another sword? Yes, we do. Rather than enter the pipe, we will, of course, run around here. Oh, okay, so you can just get down here, and that allows you to lower yourself into the level. We'll do that, in fact. That was dangerous, but we did it. Wonder if that's doable. Not quite. Okay, so that is the bottom of the level, but we probably can do that with the arrow shot, with just a little bit more finesse. I don't know if that's the best method. And we would, of course, still have to take care of the first coin that we passed. And yeah, Rybones, I've been doing alright. Been a little busy lately, and we did have to take a few weeks off streaming due to a combination of travel and COVID. But I'm trying to fit in what I can, and haven't really been able to do much making lately, though, unfortunately. So I'd love to get back to that. We actually just need to bomb this location. That was the simple way to do it. Because the block would collect the coin for me once destroyed. Also, we can light that up. Oh, I see. That's the dragon. That's the red dragon that flies over this region. Although I think it's actually the green dragon that flies over Lake Hylia, but that's okay. The Wigglers don't turn green in this game, so we'll just have to take it. So, fun fact. Until you talk to Impa in the game, the green dragon doesn't spawn. And I know this because, like I said, I played the game for 180 hours, and one of the things I could not... Before I talked to Impa, and one of the things I could not complete was anything to do with the green dragon. That is over the lake in the south of the map. And there are a couple of other things like that that are the dead ends, even though you see the clues to obtain them, because they're conditional on other things like having the camera available. Which is why you can only do about, I think, maybe about 112 of the shrines before you talk to Impa. And I had a little less than that, but not much less. But if you clear all of the Divine Beasts before you talk to Impa, she actually does recognize that in her dialogue. She acknowledges that when she gives you the Divine Beast quest, that you've done everything already. Looks like we missed a mandatory coin then, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll need to probably go back and look for it. And Rybones, your household has COVID as of today. That's very unfortunate. I really hope you get through that without too much trouble. Yeah, I was kind of in the same situation where it was a combination of travel plus everybody just getting hit with it at the same time. So not only do you lose a lot of time to being ill, you also have tons of stuff around the house to catch up on afterwards because everybody's just indisposed for a while. Well, I hope you get through it soon, and at least you get that part over with. So we got this previously. We might have missed one elsewhere, so let's go back and do a coin hunt. Oh, you know what? We didn't hit the POW block, did we? At any point. Yes, we did, because there was a coin underneath it. That was, in fact, the first thing we did. This is the coin we were missing, down here. And to get that, what must we do? We will find out. We need to come down here. That seems... Oh, okay. I was about to say, that seems unlikely, and then we see that there is, in fact, a platform that allows you to jump across. And everything's in one segment here, so no need for any kind of safety coin or anything like that. We may be in a little bit of a dicey situation here, though. Let's go back. And let's see what we can do over here. Okay. Let's not bump my head. We'll grab the coin. And that's the key. Oh, we'll cross the bridge once again. And past the big red dragon. With its consummate V's. And then past the lake. And let's move on. Okay, here's a checkpoint. This guy's guarding the bridge. Well, actually need to make it through the water, I guess. And tap him accordingly. Let's see what's up here. 50 coin, we'll take it. And we are through. Okay. I guess that doesn't actually do much for me. Yeah, a lot of attention to the sound effects in all of this as well. That has to be recognized. Anyway. Like I was saying, just a lot of effort put into the audio design. All over this series. Yeah, I don't know what that was with the Super Ball near the end there. But maybe there was something thematic that I was not catching on to immediately. But let's keep going. Like I said, we're probably able to do most of the sequence since these are fairly quick and easy. Okay. The three giant brothers defeats them, and I don't know if people would pronounce them Hinox or Hinox, actually. Because they've been kicking around for the longest time in this game, and I know a lot of these things have never really been standardized. Hinox, maybe? I don't know. Let's reveal a shrine requiring stasis. Let's do that, anyhow. It's a recurring thing that he does to hide the flagpole. Because it breaks the Zelda immersion? Yeah, I suppose so. But the endings are usually pretty clearly endings. We're not messing around at that point. And yeah, for anybody who came in late and wants the code, this was suggested with me by Derbyshire. This is the maker code for Barnstorm, who has done a lot of game remakes, by the looks of it, including a recent Metroid one that we haven't seen yet. This Breath of the Wild sequence is from early 2022. And now I love how you immediately kind of get off the hill and start looking for the three brothers in non-linear fashion, in keeping with the original game. I always said Hinox, yeah. When I actually say it out loud, that feels more natural, but, you know, I've never really had to talk much about Breath of the Wild, so... Anyway, here's Morton. He's Big Morton, but I don't know if he's Biggest Morton, or one of the smaller ones. The vine does defend me from the stun lock somewhat, but I'm going to lose the Master Sword along the way, so we'll try to pick one up without dying to facing the wrong way on the vine or anything silly like that. Teramis, you're telling me the Metroid levels are great. I will have to try them at some point. Teramis, of course, who also made a pretty spectacular Metroid maze level a little while back. He's on the 7MMC Discord already, I see, okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who actually winds up finishing up something this year. It's going to be quite a different set of makers than we've seen in the YMM projects previously, despite a lot of overlap, of course. But I'm looking forward to playing those. I don't think I will be able to finish something myself at this point, but there are definitely a lot of makers I'm eager to see, as well as some new faces that I'm sure we'll discover. Anyway, there's not a Master Sword tucked away over here. We should grab it just so we have a power-up to work with. Vex Gaming, long time no see. Yeah, I know you'd taken a break from streaming yourself for some time, but I don't know if you're back to it now. Anyway, here's Roy. Roy is going to be, well, part of the Brotherhood, that's for sure. Which one, though? I'm not exactly sure. Interesting use of the springs, by the way, to control Roy's positioning. The springs in conjunction with some of the low ceilings to control where Roy is able to spawn. Anyway, we got that out of the way. Not much we can do with the Master Sword. It's mostly kind of a health item plus an extra attack in this level. And if you lose it, you do need to work to grab another one elsewhere. So, this is not an infinite Master Sword Link level by any means, and given how much work the level is doing thematically already to look like Breath of the Wild, I feel like that's an appropriate choice to have Link actually function as a defensive power-up. And Vex Gaming, you moved across the country, so you've been a little busy for a while, very busy for a while. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And you've been doing the multiverses and speedrunning, I see. I don't really know anything about multiverses. I think I know what it is, but let's see. Fighting game, if I'm not mistaken? Unless I'm confusing it with something else. Anyway, let's pop this. We've killed 3 of them at this point, right? We've got to have a flagpole coming soon, probably. Oh, we've got the keys, though. We need to plug in the 3 keys into the 3 doors, and then that would be the appropriate thing to do once we avoid dying to just randomly punching a piranha plant / Deku Baba in the face. Not that Deku Babas are actually in Breath of the Wild, now that I think about it. Anyway, we've got a series of doors that we'll need to get through once we find the first one, which is going to be right here. And here we are, into the shrine, which is our reward. Anyway, we're going to have all the shrine constellations as usual. And then, what should we do here? We need to toss a bomb up top once we actually jump into position. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's control our positioning a little bit better than this. Maybe we just want to... There we go. Hang on. We can probably just toss a bomb from this middle segment here, in fact. Oh, except not, because we probably need something like a P-switch to freeze the conveyors, in fact. But we're not going to get one, so... Oh, no, yes, we can. I feel like this is going to give me a P-switch. Perhaps. It is. And in fact, we can head bump the P-switch all the way over if we so wish. You know, just in case we want to do things that way. I didn't even realize until I was that far that the conveyor belt on top was going the wrong way for me. Whoops, bomb is going the wrong way. This is going to be a disaster. So let's just move the P-switch back. Weirdly enough, no Babas or Skulltulas, if you're mistaken. Yeah. At least the Octorocks are back in. I remember how in Wind Waker, if you collect the figurines, the figurine for the Octorok tells you that it has a perfect attendance record because it had been in every Zelda game up to that point. And of course, the very next game, Twilight Princess, the Octoroks did not appear. So I think once it won its attendance prize, it just no longer felt like attending. They were conspicuously missing from Twilight Princess. Anyway, we can do the head bump over here so we don't need to race the P-switch all the way. We've got 85 seconds, though, since we took so long in the first area. Okay. Okay. Let's make a disaster out of this. Let's do this again. Here we go. What? Nope, too late. I probably should have gone down and stomped a second P-switch after I dropped the bomb, in fact. That would be the smarter thing to do. You drop immediately and hit a second P-switch to sustain it. We've got 30 seconds to do this proof of concept, though. That's assuming there's nothing else immediately after it, either. Nope, too late. I had the right idea, I was just a little too slow. We're going to timeout. We're going to timeout. No, I should definitely drop to hit the second P-switch, I just didn't manage to do it in time. Yeah, this is not going to work. And I should have jumped on that P-switch instead of tapping it, but that was a bad reaction on short notice, under time pressure. Anyway, let's do this. And once again, we will pop this guy here. Whoops, I said once again. We will pop this guy here. Okay. And let's pump it over. The way we usually do. Just to shorten the amount of time that I need to work with. That's not going to be close enough. Yeah. That's okay. That was not intentional, but we'll take it. I think last time I just stomped it. Let's try it again. Give myself as much time as I can before we have a switch activation, although the bomb positioning is part of the problem here. Whoops. And ampersand, I have indeed returned. Welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Yeah, I've been streaming quite a lot less than usual lately, but we're still managing to fit in a bit of Mario Maker week to week, and we'll hopefully be back with viewer levels tomorrow, although I don't know if I can run as long as I usually do. Anyway, let's just get rid of this guy completely. Don't want to deal with him. And then we'll just bump the P-switch all the way over, and hit the second P-switch on the way down, as we suggested before. So, ampersand, if I recall correctly, you're very new to Maker 2, and I hope you've been enjoying your early days with it, when everything is new and exciting. Whoop. Nope, too late. Too many conveyor belt errors along the way. And, Rybones, you have to pass out. Yeah, good luck with the COVID recovery to you and the rest of your household. Because having been through that recently, it is a nasty piece of business. Oh, whoops. Come on. Derbyshire Visitor, no, I don't need a hint. I feel like this method will actually work. Hang on. You know what? I can probably just pop the additional P-switch from up top. Let's see. There probably is a much more sensible way to do this, but we don't do things the sensible way around here, so... Hang on. Yeah, there's got to be a way to just continue sustaining that. That's okay. I feel like this method actually will work. I'm just exercising enough finesse with the jumps. Moreover, I want to prove that it works. See? Just like that. Now, if you had another way to do it, Derbyshire Visitor, you can tell me what it is, but I'm satisfied with doing things that way. And luckily, we had the P-switch expire before Mushroom was completely obstructed. And notice, by the way, that you can trap yourself if you activate the on-off switch from either side. No. Oh, it pops you right back into the flag. Okay, no, you don't trap yourself. You would just constrict yourself to the flag entry point, so. Pop the bomb earlier so it runs out before the P-switch. Yeah, that would make sense. But my way worked as well, so I'm happy with it. Anyway, let's keep going. That's alright, this is how we end up breaking a lot of puzzle levels from time to time, because I will do things the counterintuitive way as the first resort. Anyway, the Spring of Wisdom, which in my original playthrough was actually the first dragon I saw. Let's climb the peak. I'm expecting an aerial fight with twisters or something here, but just given that the original fight went down like that, but we'll see how it's implemented here in part 5 out of 15, I believe. And yes, it is very much in the spirit of Breath of the Wild to break puzzles and just do them in your own way. Probably one of the reasons I love the game as much as I do, because, as you know, I do not follow instructions very well. And I like just doing things my own way, and Breath of the Wild is designed for that style of play. And anyway, let's get back up here. Tap these guys. And in Vex Gaming, I always try to cheese your puzzles. Well, I mean, don't feel singled out by any means. That's what we do with everything. And you can probably just bop a couple of these guys here and there. Not that the snowballs are going to be within usable range, though, so... Can I tap this? Yes, I can. Oh, I should have bombed that location to the left. We should try it, in fact. I want to see what it does. Okay. And that's the hidden Shelmet. Looks like that's going to be a regular feature of these levels, that they will have a Shelmet secluded somewhere just to work as an extra health point and as a defensive item. That's a nice touch that kind of comes across much more strongly once you see that it's a consistent aspect of this series of levels rather than something that's a one-off. Because once you see that it's something that's peculiar to this series of levels, you start to keep an eye open for it every time, and it's always satisfying to see that revealed as a secret. Anyway, let's jump off this icicle in the correct direction and in time. What do we got here? We can bomb that open, but that's not going to do anything for me because this is Maker 2, not Maker 1, and Maker 2 doesn't let me go through, does it? Nope, didn't think so. Maker 1 does, because Maker 1 only requires half the pipe to be open. But given that this is not doing anything for me, I wonder what this is doing other than perhaps acting as a spawn block, perhaps. I don't know. We'll find out. Oversight by the creator? No, I think it might be a visual clue of some sort. But it's hard to tell. Because this is not a Maker I know stylistically, and so... We can always scroll out of there and scroll back to see if there's a spawn block going on, but there's nothing I can do about a ground block, right? This is always going to be impenetrable to me. It might be an exit pipe that sends you back, like if it's a reset pipe that pushes you backwards, or if it's something that is meant to visually resemble a later zone that you encounter, which aesthetically is something that you see commonly enough. Whoops. Oh, that's a big reset. So yeah, there could be any number of reasons for that to make sense for us eventually. If it does eventually make sense as promised. We've checked up here already. There is, note, a 1 pink coin that's going to be available at some point to give me a key. Anyway, here's the dragon. And we'll release it. And we'll jump on it. We can probably smack it. Let's see if we were actually supposed to do that. I feel like I'm supposed to bounce on it further, and that perhaps I'm supposed to reset this area at this point. Or am I? I may have broken it, but we'll see. And Chess Bunzo, welcome. Chess Bunzo, I was actually lurking a little bit in your Scrabble games earlier when I was setting up my own stream. I hope you had a good session today. I think I may actually have broken it, looking at it. Now, the thing is, if I do break this, is there a way I can take damage? Yes, this is actually the lock protection here. Oh no, I've got a key. What am I doing? I didn't even realize I picked up a key. Okay, never mind then. We're fine. I was just about to nuke myself there, and that would have been a bad idea. Anyway, that's going to get me over. And look at that. So yeah, this room is meant to create the illusion of returning to the earlier room, but it's actually different because there's no longer the ground block obstructing it. I wonder how much it commits to this illusion in terms of how much of this area it actually recreates, and I am going to explore and find out. That was short-lived. A Maker 2 player moment? Yes, it is. Absolutely. We had several of those, in fact. Anyway. Let's jump over this and just spike it again. And there we go. Got a key. And we'll just tap what we can on the way over. I do wonder, though, if we continue to the right side here, which would require me to... You know, I don't even need to go down that way. I can go down on the right side of that platform. We're going to mess around and we're going to explore that a little more, because I do want to see what the Maker put in to make this segment work the way it does. You know what? We have the key already here. Interesting. Oh, okay. You're just supposed to release the thing. You don't actually need to bounce around on it in the way I did. It in fact says aw if you do so. So if we go down here... Nothing. Okay. Well, now we know. Now we know. There's nothing except a way up that resembles the earlier way up. And we will head back upstairs. And blow this up. And that's going to be the exit. And then we need to hit the on-off switches, or at least one of the on-off switches, possibly more. We'll find out after we clear some space. And, alright, let's see what we can eliminate here. Yeah, we just need one on-off switch, and then we blow up the ice on this side, and that will give me the key. Looks like the on-off switch just activates that instantly, so we're not getting the kill on the dragon just yet. But we will have a bomb activation on the on-off switch. I guess the idea here is to hit the bombs with the bow and arrow and to get the bomb within range of the other bomb. Yeah. I think I see that. Let's get it off the track. No, that's not going to be it, because it's not within range. It's within a 2-tile radius. I think we just need to eliminate all of the bombs, and then it's going to be some kind of entity lock. And thematically, that is in keeping with how the game works, in that you're hitting the targets on the dragon. Yeah, so it is just an entity lock based on the bombs that you can eliminate. That's a nice way to implement that, in fact. I thought that was pretty clever. And out of all the Wiggler track fights that I've seen, that's fairly unique, and in keeping with the spirit of the original game, which is nice. Yeah, very creative. Anyway, this looks like it's the secret door, so we'll obviously take it. I do want to go back down and see what was down there first, though. There's the... in fact, that might just be the standard door, looking at it now, so we'll make our exit and hit checkpoint. Yeah, that is the standard exit. And once again, I think that's meant to resemble the original area where you enter. And the dragon has been purified, which is why it's no longer red and angry until we make it so, once again. Which we probably will. And there's a coin for the key. Oh, okay, so the coin for the key is actually purely an aesthetic thing. Because it pretends that it gives you access to the shrine that is tucked behind the dragon. Once you throw the scale into the fountain, so... Let's keep going. It is to scale. Yes, that's right. Near Bescheid Visser. I just noticed that as you said it. Reach Zora's domain. Depart from Inogo Bridge and traverse the rainy path along the Zora River. Let's do that. This is where we no doubt slip and slide in the rain everywhere as we try to climb every cliff and fail. Alright. And Chess Bunzo is going to request number 92 before we proceed. Let's do that before we get too deep into the level. We haven't had a request like this in a while, so let's see if I can bring up the appropriate overlay. There we go. Now I'll need to bring up the text because I don't actually have these by memory, but we'll work on that eventually. For now, though, we'll take a look at Sonnet number 92 after we say goodnight to Vex Gaming, who needs to get some sleep. But do thy worst to steal thyself away, for term of life thou art assured mine, and life no longer than thy love will stay, for it depends upon that love of thine. Then need I not to fear the worst of wrongs, when in the least of them my life hath end. I see a better state to me belongs than that which on thy humour doth depend. Thou canst not vex me with inconstant mind, since that my life in thy revolt doth lie. Oh, what a happy title do I find! Happy to have thy love, happy to die. But what so blessed fair, that fears no blot? Thou mayst be false, and yet I know it not. Thank you for that, Chess Bunzo. Always nice to take a Shakespeare break on the stream. Anyway, we've got a rainy tower perch over here. Oh, by the way, I love the flash here, because you know what the flash is, right? In this. And thank you for the 92 bits for Sonnet 92, by the way. The flash is when Prince Sidon decides to give you his flashy smile. That's what it is, because you meet him for the first time at the tower on the path to Zora's domain, and this is how he says hello. Either that or it's supposed to be a lightning storm, but no, I think it actually is supposed to be the toothy grin. Because Zelda-wise, that makes the most sense. Anyway, we need to get through the door over here. We can, however, also drop the munchers. No particular reason. No, we just need to probably tap this location, perhaps. Oh, this is cluing me into something. Let's see here. I think it's when the water is down, we need to manipulate something here. I've got to think about this. It might be something really, really obvious. This marker is telling me something. Previously, it was a way to tell me to just tap the blasters directly. Here, though, that's going to be something different. Amberson, do I know a good shell jump level for you to get better at them? Yes. I don't have the code handy, but there is a very popular shell training level by Grand Pooh Bear that teaches you the shell jump and the double shell jump. There is a bit of a troll at the end of that level, but up until that point is actually a good shell trainer. Grand Pooh Bear is one of the most popular streamers in Mario Maker and has been since Maker 1, so he should be easy to find as far as his account goes. But it was one of his earliest uploads to the game, so you have to scroll all the way back to the beginning of this list, and there is a shell jump trainer there for sure. Someone submitted it to my stream a little while back, and it took me a while, but we got through it. Oh yeah, arrow shot up here. Let's do it. There we go. Just need to follow the marker, and we finally, after 170 seconds of staring at this, managed to get through it. Yeah, there are a bunch of shell trainer levels all over the place. I mean, I'm still not very consistent with them, but it is a skill that can be learned. And yeah, it's probably the skill that is most iconic when it comes to Kaizo techniques that normal Mario never teaches you. And this is going to be a spike ball bounce for sure. Let's get up here, pop the coin. That's coin number 2 out of 4. And we'll just grab everything we can. On-off switches galore, and then a swimming segment down here, possibly. We don't actually need to come down here. Ah, yes, opening that up gives you the key, but we'll see if the key coins are accounted for and whether they are also optional. I think they may be, but we'll see. And here's coin number 3. We'll deal with that once we make it through the seesaw, which seems a little bit obstructed right now. I think we actually need to stomp this side, or just way down the left side of the seesaw and walk across, perhaps. No, we do need to stomp it. Or stomp this side and let the swords fall where they may, and then tuck our way down here. Yeah, it definitely feels like the coins are optional, and we'll see if that's the case by the end of this. And whoops, nope, let's get out of here. We will need to grab another sword at this point before we get spiked everywhere. Perhaps the coins are required then, given that we have a key that's unaccounted for. That's okay, we'll need to redo some of this anyhow. And with 2 coins already preserved... Well, given that 2 coins are preserved past checkpoint, though, perhaps the coins do have to be optional, because otherwise we will not really have a way back. Anyway, we'll solve this little thing over here, and totally make a mess of that. But anyway, this is going to be the sword refresh point for future reference when we do need to take some things out. Muncher here is just acting as a Magikoopa immobilizer, but we'll get rid of that and continue. And across the lake we go. And we'll just take out all of these enemies, and perhaps the key is dependent on that somehow. Or we climb up here and see if we get within camera range of anything that activates. Seems not. Well, let's see what we're missing. Oh, okay, so he was just blocked. Yeah, once again, probably just an entity limit thing where we needed to kill all the spikes in order to proceed far enough to face him. Then he's going to release a key. And possibly, given that the key coins are broken across checkpoint, we'll have a safety coin after this bit here. So, will we or won't we? I don't know, because we never know where the flagpoles are. That's one of the things about this series. Because for all I know, this is the flagpole here. But it's not. So we'll keep an eye out for the remaining coin, if we can. Okay, so we do have an additional checkpoint. And then we have the key available here, and then we will obviously go for that, but I want to see what's down here first before we proceed. Once again, we'll have to be wary of any vines disguising the flagpole. But I see no reason why we shouldn't just go for this as the optional exit. So we'll just do that immediately. And we get a boat. And an extra music segment. And that is Mifa's theme as the Zora theme in Breath of the Wild, if I recall correctly. And we're going to get a whole bunch of one-ups at the end of that segment, so. Glad we managed to pop that open. Let's keep going. That's part 6. We're almost at the halfway point of this adventure. We probably have time to push through the rest of this over the course of the stream, given that these are relatively quick as far as Zelda levels go. Relight the furnace at the Akala Tech Lab and complete a nearby shrine. Let's do that. Robbie's research. Okay. Let's grab this. And once again, you have to admire the sound design of all these levels. Definitely something I put a lot of effort into. But here's Mario Kart. Because nothing says Tech Lab like Mario Kart. Speaking of Mario Kart, I don't know if people here have already gotten a chance to try the newly added levels in Mario Kart 8. Including the first HD rendition of Waluigi Pinball, which is truly one of the all-time classics. Oh, whoops, no, we shouldn't have hit that. I was not able to grab it directly anyway. I would have had to tap it from the side and then pop it on my head. That would have been a way to get the optional shell. Yeah, you have to love the robot design over here as well. That's a nice touch. Now, yeah, if you activated a skull platform, it would have raised the helmet and I would have been able to grab it, but that's okay. No. And Ampersand, you don't have the game yet, it's next on your list. Yeah, I guess, are you in general fairly new to having the Nintendo Switch then? Because I know you're new to Mario Maker, but I don't know how deep into the Switch library you've gone just yet. Anyway, let's see about that nearby shrine that we were promised. What's over here? Whoops. Oh yeah, more robots. That makes sense. Scrolling here is too wide for that to be any entity tech, I think. Let's see if we can just grab another Master Sword and then come back here and proceed as before. You got the Switch at the same time as Mario Maker. Great game to start with, I think. It's monopolized most of my Nintendo Switch experience, but I've had a Switch since launch day. Speaking of which, Ampersand, then in that case, I don't know if you've already played Breath of the Wild on Wii U or if you were saving it for the Switch, but I would recommend making time for it, and I mean a lot of time, because it is a huge undertaking. I mean, it doesn't have to be a huge undertaking, but you get the most out of it if you do treat it that way. Anyway, P-Switch is activated. What does the P-Switch get me? Well, let's scroll back and see, because I don't see an automatic reactivation on it. Gets you through here. Let's see what the P-Switch opens up. It opens up this pipe. It opens up the other pipe. Might need to race it over, but let's take a look up top. Once again, a P-Switch can also be tapped. Let's get out of the way first. We can always do the head bump on the P-Switch to move it over further, of course, in case we are not sure about the timing, but we can only take it so far, so... Hang on. Alright, let's just run it. I think I need to probably cross both robots. Nope, too slow. Given the P-Switch timing, I feel like this is going to be an entry pipe, but I do not know that for a fact, and I feel like I want to grab a sword before we run into too much additional trouble. I don't know, the P-Switch could affect any number of things, though, and I just don't see a reactivation on it anywhere, so... I kind of wonder. Yeah, I guess if the P-Switch remains open, then at this point, you can bomb the on-off switch, because the conveyor will be frozen and the P-Switches will be available. The objective here should be to open up the on-off switch. But then the question is, how do we sustain a P-Switch for all that time, given that I don't see something like a permanent P-Switch mechanism? Because we see a lot of Ps. I feel like the pipes are supposed to give me additional P-Switches if we're fast enough. And that we just go from... Yeah, because this is like lighting the torches around the Akala Tech Lab, right? This is what it's supposed to represent. If it's like lighting the torches, we should think about it as going from torch to torch with a P-Switch, where each additional one should give me a new P-Switch to activate. And so if we just think about it thematically... Yeah, because if you look at this, this is the blue flame furnace. That is the start of the P-Switch, or rather the Tech Lab escort that we need to do. So we actually just need to navigate over here and do one P-Switch after another, which is what I should have thought about in the first place. But I kind of like how I'm able to solve this by thinking about it thematically and thinking about what different parts of the level are meant to represent. Whoops, oh, this is out of position, and we failed it. That's okay, we know what we're doing now, and notice how there are alternate paths as well, like in the original game, that whether you take the high path or low path, you have a way to escort the flame over, so to speak. And we'll go back and we'll try it again. You really think it's a cool thing that you're able to refresh Breath of the Wild like that before the sequel comes out? Yeah. Whoops. I will need the bomb. I can't finish this without the bomb, so we do need to grab the Master Sword. Once again, with the 100 seconds remaining that I have. And yeah, this is the lab furnace. That's what the blue represents over there, so... Yeah, personally, Bashad Visser, I'm glad the sequel is taking its time. I feel like it's going to bring a lot more that is new to the table than people realize. I always look forward to the thing that is controversial about a Zelda game, because there's always something that people hotly debate and disagree with. And it's always something, actually, that I tend to find interesting in design terms. That the controversial elements of Zelda are what make the series interesting to me. Notice, too, that we can actually bump the P-switch, but no, let's not do that. Let's just... I was thinking... Oh, no, too far. If I squirt a P-switch over here and just tap it directly, then I buy myself as much time as possible to do the bomb detonation correctly. We have 40 seconds, though, so I'm likely to time out on this run. So yeah, like I was saying, I really do want to see what is controversial about the new Zelda game. And... let's take a look. Yeah, we will not have time. I will have to time out this run, I think. We'll redo it from the checkpoint. But as you can see, we can kind of preserve the P-switches instead of just expending them on a timer. Not very far, of course, but we'll redo this from the checkpoint. We have the right idea now. And yeah, Dervish Advisor, not everybody likes it, but I find that usually the thing that is controversial about a Zelda game is something that I value. But... whoops, nope. I do tend to have a bit of an experimental mindset when it comes to a lot of things with game design, though, so I'm open to controversial ideas, especially with big flagship series like Zelda, which, you know, you don't want them to be too conservative. Because in retrospect, years later, you can really see, for instance, in a game like Twilight Princess, just how much it was trying to satisfy people who wanted things to be like Ocarina of Time again, and in some ways that has not aged as well as some of the more controversial elements to Majora's Mask or Wind Waker. Even though I did like Twilight Princess quite a lot when I originally played it. Alright, let's just do the bomb placement properly this time. You know, I should actually just stay on a P-switch. So this is one of the issues with this mechanic, is that if you bunch up right next to the P-switch pipes, the P-switch won't spawn, which is the reason that I didn't notice the P-switch chaining mechanic the first time I played through this. That if you're right beside a pipe, the pipe doesn't do anything, because that's how the Piranha Plant mechanic worked in the original Super Mario Bros. And unfortunately that also applies to friendly items that are spawning. And so if you run right up next to it, and it's very tempting to do so, then you don't see where the P-switch chaining is coming from, unless of course you read this for the intended flavor. Yeah, Twilight Princess is a game that really shines in the middle game, especially with some of the dungeon design, I thought. Okay, we do need a Master Sword again, unfortunately. I don't remember if you can get a Master Sword here. Yes, you can, so we need to give the pipe a little bit of space. If we feel like we're running out of time, we should actually back out to the previous pipe. Yeah, I felt like the pacing of Twilight Princess actually worked for me the first time. Because I didn't mind that it took so long to get to the first dungeon and to the first Master Sword, because, you know, your first time through the game, you really feel like you have to earn it. But then, it also makes the game much more difficult to replay. Because the tutorial sections are such a massive roadblock. There we go, finally. Took me a long time to get that done, but we got it. Anyway, back to the lab. And we can go through this pipe now, which will get me over here. And we can check up here to see what this is all about. Let's try not to lose our progress at this stage. That would be rather bad. Oh, actually, this just gets you back to the left side because this is the top of the lab. I see. I kind of have a feeling about this, that I actually want to do it. Break it open. Okay, no, that's just a bonus. But we can definitely continue to chain this forward. That breaks open completely. And you can always fall back in and make it through again, but we'll see what that is all about. What was controversial about Ocarina of Time? That's it. It's in 3 dimensions, I guess. I'll have to think about that question. I guess Cook. And let's go back here. Oh, yeah. We reset the on-off switch when I went back over. But then I should be able to just traverse back over to standard way now that I've broken that open, right? Or not? Did I reset myself through the entire level? I might have. I might have done so, in fact. Water Temple, actually, that's an interesting answer, Teramis. Although, you know, by the time I played Ocarina of Time, a lot of the things in the game already had that reputation attached to them. And I never felt like the Water Temple was a big deal. I just didn't see what the fuss was about. I mean, the only part of the game that I find really kind of difficult to sit through is Jabu Jabu's belly. Mostly because it's just a total eyesore. It's just by far the ugliest thing in the game. And it's not even too much of a pain to get through, it's just, you know, really kind of a saggy spot in the experience. So yeah, I guess we accidentally reset the on-off switch coming back over here, and we need to redo this whole segment, which is unfortunate. But hey, we break levels around here, that's what we do, so... I guess that was unanticipated behavior. Especially because we haven't hit a checkpoint yet, have we? Since completing the chaining segment. Anyway, let's do that. There we go. Okay, now let's not reset this area this time. Teramis, I always actually really enjoyed the Temple of the Ocean King. But I think I recognized immediately what Nintendo was going for. In that, you're not really backtracking through it per se. What you're doing is finding... You're unlocking speed paths through it, and eventually you're able to do a very quick timed run in it, and I just didn't find it was a big deal to see that repeated, because it's not actually the same experience with further iterations. So I just never had the problem with it that a lot of people did. And there are a lot of other things that are under-recognized about Phantom Hourglass. Phantom Hourglass, for instance, was one of the earlier games to have a flexible item and dungeon order, not counting the original Zelda, of course. We're going to run into timer issues here, aren't we? Okay, 50 seconds. Let's see if we can make it through this area. Or hit a checkpoint, that way. Looks like we do need another on-off activation here. Probably with something like a bomb drop. Let's just actually explore, because I feel like we will have timer trouble regardless, given how big this section is. And Yeah, I actually think it's going to be something like a timed bomb drop. Maybe. Oh, whoops. Nope. Bad idea. We have 10 seconds. And Derbyshire Visitor, did I play the 3DS version first? No, I didn't. I did play... Actually, the first time I played Ocarina of Time was on a Zelda collection disc that was on the GameCube. There was a collector's edition disc that had the... it had Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Master Quest on it as a GameCube port. And that would have been the way I originally experienced it, but you know, it didn't have any major changes from the N64 game or anything like that, although you know that the 3DS games had a little bit of additional cleanup to them. Let's see about this. This thing to the left is a drop mechanism. Let's see. I feel like it is going to be a bomb drop on the on-off switch. It does feel a little bit weird to do it this way, but... Nope. Gone. But it's definitely doable. I feel like there's probably a cleaner way to do it, but... It's gonna be a bit low. Let's drop it first and then tap it. A little earlier. A little later. A little bit later than that. That felt a little bit silly, to be honest. But we'll do it anyway. Oh, okay. What's this all about? Big Mecha, what does he want to give me? Do we need to cut through him? No, we actually need to probably bounce him over. And have him break something. Move him over, probably. And have him break something for me. All the way at the bottom. This level was supposed to be the tech lab, right? I guess we'll find out what this is. Yeah, I guess the idea is that we need to bump him all the way up. Unless we needed to have him break everything with the question block over there, but... If he's breaking everything in this section, what does it give me? It lowers the blasters, so that is correct. Yeah. But I will need to come over here first to have him activate. And probably bounce him a little further to have the lower blocks do their thing. So, let's do that. There we go. And at long last, we need a key. Probably... Well, he spawned from a pipe, so he's not going to be the one holding the key. We needed the question block up here. Now, how were we going to do that? Probably needed the on-off switch first, unless we needed the mecha to break that too, which would require me to kill the current mecha. Alright, let's move over. Yeah, no, that's okay. We got it. And we need to activate the on-off switch once again. Because I just didn't remember that. Let's go. Might need to sail that over a little further. A little further than that. There we go. That should do it. And that's a crush. This is a longer epilogue segment than I had envisioned. But we are back over here. We'll tap this once. Will that give me another mecha? That's going to break everything on the left side. Once it breaks the question block, that should give me a key. And we know that given its visual resemblance to the one that we solved earlier. Now the question is, how do we get it to activate towards the left? We actually needed to get it... yeah, this is a bad idea. We need to break it and respawn it, I think. Because I wanted it to sit here, so I can sit here and have it fire to the left. So let's do it again. Properly this time. And we'll just bump him over. Except I will need to not knock him down, so. Come on, this way. Here we go. And on-off switch will get me through the door. Okay, there we are. And that's the top of the flagpole. Okay, given that our pace has been slowing down a bit, I don't know if we'll necessarily finish the rest of the series today, but we'll push on and we'll see how we're doing, because that took a lot longer than I expected, just given all the resets we had with the torch sequence. But we'll see if things pick up from here. This was the second longest level. Okay, good to know. Number 8, the Road to Respect. Win favor with the Gorons by extinguishing the Igneo-Talus at Darunia Lake. Okay. And thank you for the GGs. Anyway, it's going to be SMB2 very briefly until... Oh, it's just there to set up the Birdo music. Because the Birdo music persists through obtaining the Link power-up. And here's the optional shell over here. And we'll see how the Igneo-Talus is implemented. Let's not do that. Let's actually follow the auto-scroll. It's the same kind of design as the Stone Talus that we saw much earlier. We will grab the shell, though. Given how the Stone Talus auto-scroll went, I feel like I will need the additional health. So, we'll do that. And there will be fire. Of that, we can be sure. Okay, let's go. And, oh yeah, there was fire. Same kind of setup as the Stone Talus spike balls. At least these have a more predictable trajectory to them, but I do need to watch my feet. Because everything does blend in a little bit with the yellow P blocks over fire. And yeah, definitely want to Shelmet. No question about it. And let's get through that. Anyway, we can always just follow the coins, which remarkably have been placed to signal some relatively convenient jumps. It's interestingly, the Birdo music here is only relevant to the introductory section. And then we have the custom music going here with the Talus fight. Oh, whoops, no. Thought I was going to get on the blaster and jump off, but we did have a bit of a slip. Now, the cloud positioning on a blaster should be relatively consistent, given that clouds are screen dependent, and the auto-scroll should enforce where it's going to be locking itself into position as it goes left to right. Which means the coins should function as consistent markers, and we just hit the jumps. Nope, I was hoping to shield out of that, and yeah, unfortunately, once you're off the intended pattern, things get a little bit troublesome, as you can see, because the level is asking you to do things a certain way to have the fire placements behave consistently, and we just haven't been on the ball with that pattern. There isn't as much flexibility for you to do your own thing. Aegis Cook, you have to go? Yeah, it was once again a pleasure to play your new Zelda dungeon and not break it earlier in the stream. And I certainly hope it takes off. Okay, this segment we just need to outrun relatively quickly, because then the lava level doesn't become a concern. Yeah, we do need to stay ahead of the blaster in this section, I guess. And we'll destroy it. And, oh, no, we missed the on-off switch over there. That's okay. Yeah, because you were supposed to stomp on the stump, and it would probably lead to some kind of music change here. Probably by adding additional instruments, by the looks of it. I wonder if we can do that, in fact. Did we hit a checkpoint? I don't know if we did, but we can't take a death here regardless, so we just have to grab the axe and go. Because there was definitely something for hitting the stump with the on-off switch at the very beginning of the scrolling section here. We can try to do it again, just to take a look. It's a fairly quick level. I'm kind of curious. But if we get really stuck on a scrolling section, I won't spend too long on redoing it. I'm just very curious what it was. So yeah, we know the trick to the scrolling section is to stay ahead of the blaster if we can, and it does clean things up significantly. So we'll just replay it. And we lost the helmet anyway, despite my best efforts. And we're not staying ahead of the blaster, as I had hoped. You do need to keep the Master Sword to whack the on-off switch on the other side anyhow, so... Yeah, honestly, I think the scrolling section here is a little bit rough, because it is dependent on a pretty specific pattern of the player following guidance in order for the cloud to be positioned conveniently. I think it's a little strict about that, but we'll give it a couple shots to see if we can see the ending segment as intended. And yeah, we blocked the fire only for the fire to deflect back into my face, which was maybe not healthy. And yeah, you definitely get caught by the lava level if you take too long here. Nope, no. I got a little bit squeezed. That was right near the end, too. Yeah, the Shelmet is an absolute must, though, otherwise we'll take a hit really quite early. I'm beginning to think shielding into that Podoboo is a mistake, because it does deflect against me again almost immediately. So we just need to let it fly, and perhaps that's the best way to deal with it. Yep. And then having the extra hit available, as well as the ability to knock out some of the other Podoboos with my helmet, is going to make this significantly easier. Very significantly easier, in fact. Okay. Now let's stomp right away. Epic Goro. Now, what does that do? I was hoping it would change some instruments. I don't know if it does. That's okay, we'll grab what 50 coins we can. And now we know. I don't think it was much of a big change, in fact, but the stump was there, so we took it. Let's see if it changes anything with the ending sequence. One-up service? Yeah, I suppose that's what it is. Yeah, I was hoping it would add musical instruments, but that's okay. We've seen it. Cannibal Turtle, thank you for the raid with a party of 4. I hope your stream went well on your end today. We've got a couple parts to go. Let's see how we do. And I'll try to get through the rest of it, but first we'll have to trek through the Lost Woods to reach the Korok Forest in Master Sword. And let's grab that. Well, we got the Master Sword. That's accomplished. Spirit Wolf, thank you for coming in with the Turtle Raid. Glad to see you here, as always. Anyway, we're going to go through the dark and somewhat muted part of the forest, over to treetops, because that's the stylish way to do things, I suppose. And we could have done the things the long way, but we didn't, so who knows what was buried in all the trees. Actually, no, you know what? Let's properly appreciate the art design of the trees here. Let's take a look. By bombing this out, first of all. Because these are pretty trees, and they do deserve a closer look. Oh, I see. So these were supposed to drop in on me along the way. Okay, now we know. Hang on. Should be able to make this. Really? Oh, it's because of that slope that's throwing me off completely. That's okay. We know. And yeah, a lot of things were supposed to spawn on me, actually, but because I did the treetop run the whole time, we didn't have that appear as designed. How's the stream going? Yeah, we've been doing alright. Cannibal Turtle, you had some fun and not so good levels. Yeah, that sounds like Mario Maker to me. Today we've just been doing Zelda dungeons. We did some by a couple of other makers earlier, and right now we're doing a Breath of the Wild remake series by Barnstorm. We're on part 9 out of 15 of the Breath of the Wild remake. But we've seen a lot of different Zelda dungeons so far today. A lot of different styles. Nope, we shouldn't have done that. Probably should have just tapped it. That's okay. I feel like the treetops are an intended side path, though, for people who want to do it, and so I don't feel bad about skipping it, given that it looks clearly intentional as an alternate route. The only thing is, we don't have a key. Now, there's no coin collection here, so we'll just need to look for the key. It might be this question block here, which we'll just need to bomb. Which feels like a very authentic secret hunt in some ways, in the woods. There we go. And Helga, welcome as well. And yeah, Cannibal Turtle, these levels are pretty easygoing. So, it doesn't matter too much if you're horrible with Link. We will need to get another Master Sword, though. Right here. Now, this was the opening section. Or at least it looks like it was meant to be a remake of the opening section, which is in keeping with a lot of Lost Woods concepts in Zelda, in that they are meant to function like mazes. So, we'll see how we get out of this one. You can't do quite as much navigational tomfoolery in Maker 2 than in Maker 1, of course, given that in Maker 2 you do have to make the pipes match all the time instead of creating alternate exits and entrances. So we can still generally track where we're going when we cross through pipes and doors. There shouldn't be too much to trick us out. Okay, this muncher is new. I guess we did some kind of state switch, or we'll have to do a state switch somewhere along the way. This feels like something I should have bombed in the first place. But maybe there was a state switch elsewhere that we needed to loop back to. Let's see. We'll keep our eyes open for it, because I feel like we definitely missed an opportunity to do that somewhere. So it will be a bit of a navigational puzzle, almost like a ghost house in some ways, which makes a lot of sense in terms of that kinship between ghost houses and forest mazes in the Zelda series. Okay, this guy has been opened up. Ah, yeah, we had a blaster drop over here. We just needed to loop around until the on-off switches took care of business for me. Now 50 coin looks like it's definitely an arrow shot. Maybe a more successful one than that. There we go. And we'll bomb that open. And then we'll have the music scrolling segment start up with the Korok Forest. I like how the 50 coins kind of give you something to do during the music segment, so it's not just a straight auto-scroll. You do have a bit of player engagement that is still not going to be hazardous. Anyway, Master Sword acquired. We do need to let the music finish. And here it is on the pedestal. Spirit Wolf, a lot of sense and no dollars? Yeah, exactly. It can only add up to so much. Number 10, Satori Mountain. Collect some of the many Korok seeds scattered across this alpine forest. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 15 coins. And we'll see if we see some recreation of the Lord of the Mountain here, which is the main thing I remember about this area in the game. But anyway, we'll need to grab some coins. So let's do that. Let's probably do this one with an arrow shot. We need to do a lot better than that. Might even be with a bomb throw, in fact. We can just bomb it over and pick it up. That's a problem, actually, for a clear condition. Because that might actually kill the clear condition, and we just destroy a coin like that without picking it up. Let's try to respawn. Oh, we can't respawn, okay. I might have to restart, in fact, because I might have blown the condition that way. I suspect I did, in fact, break the level. That's okay, we break levels around here, that's what I do. It's going to happen. Is it collect? It's collect at least 15, it's not collect all 15, so possibly there's a bit of flexibility here anyway, in case that kind of thing happens. So we're not totally sunk yet, at least as far as I know. These are nice trees. And that coin does count towards the coin total as well. Eventually you'll need to activate a P-switch and walk across, or run across rather, in order to collect that one. We'll just see how we're going to create the eventual sky bridge. Probably with a P-switch right here. And yeah, pretty simple. So we'll just need to compensate for that missing coin somehow. Whoops. Master Sword. Also, given that this is a clear condition level, the timer is exactly what it says it is. It's not going to be extended by any kind of checkpoint, so we'll have to keep that in mind as we enter the door. Get a little further in this maze. That looks like a scroll break to the left. Let's pop it open. Oops. I said, let's pop it open. There we go. Yeah, so the thing about Link and coin collection levels is that at any given point, because of the way that bombs can drop coins without actually collecting them, you may have a problem with breaking the condition completely. And we'll see if we can still get to the 15 count, but I suspect we may have some issues. That's a very satisfying drop. And yeah, that's an entity-related mechanic there, I think, where everything got released and punched out. I don't know if this does anything here with the muncher. Doesn't look like it. What do we come down to this area? Nope, nothing there. So, let's go back and let's see what else we can accomplish. We'll just need to get a better drop on this shot. Nope. Let's get into a slightly better position. I feel like we can totally drop an arrow onto it, it's just that we're going to have to fuss around a little bit. Or we can just drop bomb, and the bomb should in fact be able to get over there, I think. If we drop it accurately. And because bombing the block is going to collect a coin for me. Oh, it does kind of look like an arrow shot though, doesn't it? It's a little bit fussy to do it this way. The low ceiling seems to discourage me from doing that. So, okay, we're getting closer to the required position. Closer. Just need to be a little further along here. No, it does kind of restrict you. We'll eventually do it that way. It doesn't quite seem like the intended way to do it, and we'll have to recreate it if we do either run out of time or discover that we failed the 15 coin condition, so have a lot of work to do here still as we navigate our way through. Now notice that if you collect all the pink coins, no key is actually required to hit the flagpole. So we'll just need to hunt around, and perhaps there will be multiple solutions to this. We'll just have to discover that. Kind of wonder what happens if you come into this section with the P-switch already activated, and there definitely is some kind of P-switch interaction over here. And we'll check the top section first. Possibly the P-switch will unblock a few things. This arrow here looks awfully suspicious. Well, we'll check this. And what is this? It looks like this probably opens a way down, if it's not on top of a semi-solid. Okay, maybe it doesn't. And that is also suspicious. Now here, we can probably just open this up. Whoops. Hang on, don't want to lose the Master Sword if I don't know where the refresh is coming from. Okay, there we go. 89 seconds. We're likely to hit timeout in this run anyway. We'll just explore it until we get the hang of the whole thing. And the Master Sword is down here, so... a limit of 3 swords in this section. And we still don't know what the arrows are all about, but... we're at 8 out of 15. Oh yes, this was the one earlier that we maybe had some issues with. So let's punch our way through and see if this will accomplish anything. We have 45 seconds left on this one. Oh, I see 1 coin up there. There we go. Yeah, we're not going to make it this run, but we have 3 coins that are accounted for by the pink coins. We have 1 accounted for over there. And if we had not bombed the coin at the beginning, that would actually be everything accounted for once we figure out where the pink coin is. So we'll just need to speed through some of the things that we have seen. There's obviously going to be 1 here. There's also 1 up top. Yeah, there's enough time to do this. It's just that we have a lot of things to clean up on the next run when we're not experimenting quite so much. When we have time to scan a few more of the pipes. And yeah, that's how everything loops around. I feel like the navigational arrows are giving me some sense of how this whole thing is laid out, but we'll try it again. This must be the longest level that Derbyshire was warning me about earlier. It's the only one that seems like it would be a point of comparison for the length of the Akala Lab Flame Escort that we saw much earlier. Okay. I've got to be able to do this. Surely. There we go. This time we will not just eradicate that immediately. And we'll have a better sense of where some of the earlier placements are. Oh, no, we do need to move the camera over for that to do its job. I think. There we go. So those are some of the existing coins accounted for. Let's just keep going and do what we can, including the P-switch over here. And then we'll drop in. If you like long expertish levels with a lot of non-puzzle exploration, this maker is your way to go. I don't know it's expertish necessarily, but it's a fairly easygoing experience, just that we do need to retain a lot of information from one run to the next. Now, it feels like this style level was a lot more popular in Maker 1. That's something that we've talked about before. I think part of it is because the scene now is much more stream-centric than it used to be. And so in Maker 2, you see a lot more levels that are more about technical play, and a lot of them can be done in fairly short segments, and I think people are much more particular about length. But in Maker 1, this kind of thing was all over the place. Metroid-style levels in particular, I feel, have fallen out of fashion, and it's something that we've talked about quite often on the stream before. That there definitely were some stylistic changes from Maker 1 and Maker 2, speaking broadly, that were not just mechanical, but were kind of driven by differences in community dynamics. Okay, let's not take as long with this arrow this time. We know this method is doable, we just need to do it. Okay. I definitely found a working position for this earlier. Just need to find out where it was. Yeah, this is a little too far. This is a little close. I need to be very pixel precise with this method, which is why I'm certain it's not the intended solution. I feel like it's something it's supposed to be using to bomb, but we'll take it. This was one of the things that was most time-consuming for me earlier. Yeah, you just need to stand on a corner, actually. That's all it is. Merlin, welcome. Derbyshire Visitor, you started in Maker 2 because it has multiplayer. Yeah, like I said, at some point we really do need to give you a proper co-op showcase. I still don't know a lot of the multiplayer mechanics in this game in terms of how things change in Versus, because I just never play Versus. But in terms of co-op as well, there's definitely a lot that I have to learn as a player. Let's hit the P-switch this time before we go over, but first we'll break the left side here, because that's definitely a coin. We're also spending a lot of time already. We're already almost down to 200 seconds, and we haven't actually covered any new ground, so we have to be quicker about it. And yeah, you've got a moment of business with the dog. Well, we'll see you back in a moment. Okay, E-switch doesn't do anything for me here. Let's go up top. Yeah, we had looped through the bottom previously. Yeah, I shouldn't have spent so much time on the arrow shot, but we'll just try to keep the general geography here in mind. See what we can do. There we go. We're going to have that corner activation there, followed by this door. Alright, not doing too badly so far. 10 out of 15, but we are running a little low on time, given that I still have all the new material to go. This was definitely a coin, 12 out of 15. And this is something new, but we need to tap the... We need to tap the bomb over. I had to clear my throat for a second. Yeah, we just need to drop it, push it over if we can. No? Feels like it should be. Unless we have to manipulate one of the mushrooms. 119 seconds, we have to sort this out relatively quickly. No, we should use the arrow shot so it doesn't get bumped. There we go. Actually, that does not activate a P-switch anyway. And I should know that from experience. We should shield bump the muncher. That's how to do it. That should have been obvious. Let's loop around, and unfortunately the P-switch is going to add an additional obstruction here before we find the remaining 2 coins. Looks like we won't get all pink coins on this run, and that there's a sufficient margin of error here that it should not matter. I guess we'll get those 2. And yeah, so this level gives you more coins than you need, which is good to know. However, we will need to deal with this, unless we just make it back to the beginning of the level. Yeah, no, I know where the exit is. We don't need to do any of this. We just need to race our way back into the remaining 50 seconds. And if I don't have all 7 of the pink coins, no big deal. We don't know where a key door is for that anyway. And like I said before, it's a good thing that this level has a generous margin of error because of the issue with bombing the regular coins. So we're not even going to look at half the solutions here, but that's okay. I like having that flexibility in an open layout like this, and if we don't show off 100% of the level ourselves, that's acceptable. The P-switch route probably would have gotten me back to the start much faster, but that's okay. We'll come over here. Notice that there's a door up front over here as well. I think that was... oh yeah, that's just the initial entry to the level, so... because it shows you right away, upon entering the level, where the flag is going to be at the very end. Anyway, that is success. Yeah, I guess I wasn't really tracking flavor-wise how it was recreating different segments of Satori Mountain. I wasn't really paying much attention to that, to be honest. So I don't know if we ever found anything that looks like the pond where you find the Lord of the Mountain, but perhaps the Cheep Cheep area near the end was the closest thing. Anyway, here's another Talus segment. I assume it's going to be music auto-scroll, as we saw previously, music auto-scroll platforming. But first we need to defeat a monster camp in Lionel on the way to the Cold Snap Hollow Talus. So, let's do it. Maybe it's not just a straight Talus run like the ones that we saw previously in the series. Alright. That's what that's going to be. And we will need the auto switch. I didn't see what was in the lower section, but we can always go back to take a look. Oh, there's also one pink coin. This is definitely the Lionel. He charges and breathes fire at you. That's unambiguous. And he also takes a lot of damage, which is also a characteristic of this fight. What is not characteristic of this fight is that we get to pick up some more swords, which is very helpful here, given just how many hits we're taking. You know what? I can just stomp on him directly. That's going to be the fastest way to deal with him if we are somewhat accurate. We've seen enough levels that use that to know that by now. Including a one Meng level that was all about downward thrusts on Bowser, which maybe got me into a bit of a habit. Anyway, putting Bowser on top of the mole is definitely an interesting way to implement the Lionel charging movement, but it works. And down we go into the ice, very much like the relevant section in Breath of the Wild with the whole hollow that is just overlaid with ice, which is what this is all about. Now this time at least it's something non-damaging. That's part of the Talus bullet blaster mechanic. I feel like the fire level didn't really work too well for me, but this one might meet with a little more success. Okay, let's just go. There probably is a hidden helmet somewhere, but we don't need it. It's just snowballs. Damage is not the issue here. Getting ahead of the blaster, once again, is pretty much always going to be fine unless you get squished, so we just need to not get squished. Given the cloud movement, though, I think getting ahead of the blaster is still going to be generally beneficial. It should be the way we do things. And the squish deaths are going to happen in either direction if we're not cautious, which is one of the reasons why it's pretty helpful to have the checkpoint here. Okay. We're going to be a little behind pace here, but we'll see if we can get ahead somehow. So we don't get squeezed out by snowballs and everything else. I think this is still survivable if we're on the left side. Is it? Yes, it is. And then here's a Noise, along with a number of 1-ups. I guess we didn't pick up a pink coin anywhere. That might be the early segment that we didn't successfully explore, or it might just be something at the very end here, as we open this up and see what lies ahead. And it is just 1 pig coin for a key, which is going to be this massive fish, I think. Looks like a fishbone. Number 12, the Ancient Rito song. Yeah, let's see how we can do the rest. I think I can stay long enough to make an effort at this. Unearth a shrine with a warming flame when the sun glows on the pedestal. And we're going to nuke the sword. I guess that's what we do. Okay. Let's see here. We'll have a little hut over here. And we'll work our way back into this section. Looks like this is going to be a lofty vertical ascent, followed by a bomb. And down we go. I guess we're going down after all. To this little garden over here. Mushroom gardens as well. Yeah, I guess that was the home of Dorito, if you think about a tower with the huts attached to it. That must be what it is. So we're going to descend, and then we're going to look for that warming flame we heard about, which could be anywhere. Ah, yep, Angry Sun, that's pretty much what I expected. I guess we'll just have to probably kill it. Here we go. Very nice of it to just sit above the tree. That's why the tree was placed the way it was, I'm sure. And here we are, checkpoint. Okay, so if we freeze the conveyor belt with a P-switch, the bomb walks over and gets set on fire. It activates the on-off switch. P-switch also drops the mechas. On-off switch also blocks the key door, so we'll need to have a second activation on that somehow. So we need to get over here, perhaps. Although, if you don't get over there... Did I trap myself? I think I trapped myself. I think we found a problem with quality control, yeah. Looks like we are restarting. Probably, unless I'm missing something. We found a lock. Well, that's okay, we'll just do the Overworld and Sun segment one more time. I guess that's just what happens when I break a level. And it's alright. I mean, these were all uploaded in sequence, so I'm sure that if anything is re-uploaded to fix these issues, it'll completely mess up the very calculated arrangement of everything on this maker profile, but we are here to reveal these issues, so the sun is going to come over here. We'll just drop a bomb over here because he's going to take over that position anyway. Oh, nope. I guess we do need another sword. Let's maybe not do that so prematurely this time. Here we go. Pretty simple to reposition that, at least. This time we will try not to lock myself as spectacularly as I just did. Anyway, the trampoline's going to come down, and then we will go up. It will be another activation of the on-off switch up top after we toss a bomb, after another activation of the P-switch, by the looks of it. And this time, this one up here. Nope. Nope, we do need a sword, once again. Falling right in front of the mecha would have been a bad idea. Let's just kill it. And then we'll just take care of that guy. Maybe so. Don't know what this blaster is all about. Okay, it's just a sword. That's fine. We just need to activate the bomb, as far as I know, and then that will blow up the on-off switches as well as the block that gives me the key. And then we'll just make it through this segment here with some more successful arrow shots than what I've been able to show off so far. And we'll just bomb everything in sight and hope it doesn't break. This will be an arrow shot, though. And that's going to maneuver the twister over to this side, and then we bounce on top of it to see something else. Whoops. Why am I missing that? Okay, let's go back and try it again. There we go. And then probably just a bomb toss over to the question block over here, and that will give me the key to proceed, as expected. Now we need to make it through here. We could have just stomped it. That's okay. And then this segment is just escorting the spike ball across. Oops. Come on, let's go. And then, what do we do here? We need to probably just stomp on this to hit the blocks up top, except we can't do anything with that yet. Let's just bounce this and bounce a bomb on top of it. Or just bounce the spike ball on top of it, which also works. And Super Mario 168, welcome. Looks like we'll need to spawn another spike ball over here, I'm not mistaken. That's going to grab the key for me, and then we will exit. Okay, pretty straightforward. And then we'll hear the Rito theme, or rather Rivali's theme, I believe, in this game. And we got the POW at the end for no reason, only to see our champion revealed. Okay, 3 more to go. Let's do it. The Yiga clan hideout. Sneak by the Yiga to recover the Thunder Helm and take down Master Koga. Okay. Let's grab some bananas. And what's this? This is going to be one up. And that's the Shiga Tower. Very appropriate to the actual tower in this zone, which you kind of approach from above. And here we are, the ninja moles appearing immediately to stomp on us. I love how there are these occasional Korok-like segments with the Master Swords placed in the donut bowls. A lot of little touches like that that you start to recognize across several of these levels as you go. This down arrow is just an aesthetic thing. It's not actually an arrow. It's like this is just telling me where to tap. And we've got a music segment coming. Okay, we'll just raise that. And what do we do here? We probably need to activate a P-switch first before anything else is going to happen. Because otherwise I just don't have enough room to weigh anything down on a seesaw. Unless I just stand on it, actually. Let's just... Okay, never mind. No, I don't know that I can weigh it down. Oh, yes we can. That lights it up. And then we'll see if we can do anything similar over here. Now this bomb, I feel like it will be lit up by a blaster, possibly. How are we going to do that? Let's think about potentially releasing the fire. Or... we haven't engaged with... no, we lowered that, we worked with this. Oh, interesting. I think it's just based on where you stand. Not exactly sure what the activation there was, but I'll take it. Anyway, here's a thwomp sequence. It looks like this is the equivalent of a stealth sequence in some ways. This is the banana stash. Very appropriately so. And we'll just let the thwomp sneak around wherever we can, and then that's going to open up. And this will open up for something like a Shelmet, I'm sure. But it might be an optional one that we didn't actually have the opportunity to activate, unfortunately. So perhaps a great deal of this level changes if you do have a switch activation. And perhaps a switch activation may still happen, but we don't really know that for a fact. Okay, it looks like we can bomb the location up top, because we're going to take the ceiling, and that's how the whole Yiga clan hideout actually works, I think. That you hug the ceilings and a big chunk of the central chamber. And then, oh, no, we're going to fall down. But we can bomb this from below using the twisters. It's possible to do it that way. It is also possible to lose the Master Sword if we're not careful. That's okay, we'll just come back and grab another one. Run our way through. And probably do the same in this area here if we can wrap around with a jump, as I'm trying to do. Nope. Twister timings are going to be important here. Yep. We'll toss this one immediately, just to break that open. Got about 200 on the clock at the moment. Should not be too much trouble. I think the idea is to get the Twister to raise the bomb, though, but... yeah, because here it's going to fit rather neatly into that slot. We'll need to time it a little bit better, though. Or just drop one up top. That's also possible. Stand out of the way. Yep. And we'll drop one over here. Okay. This is definitely something to bomb. The P-switch looks like it's some kind of alarm system. Let's not activate it, because that will, of course, block off the walls. So we just need to stealth our way through. This is the closest thing Mario Maker has to a stealth mechanic. And then I think the idea is that we kick the shell over, but we can also use a bomb, I think. So we just do that. We'd need to jump out of the shell anyway to do the vine climb, and so we'll do that. That's going to take me all the way back up, and also give me a shell net. Punching through here. And so we're going to have a loop back through this section that then takes me over to this part of the hideout. This was the beginning of the level, but then we have the on-off switch up there. Let's see here. We can activate that, and should, in order to get through the key door, except we don't have the key. This is the key. Okay, so this is a new section after all. We just need to... whoops. Activate the key. And get through with the 70 seconds that remain to see what lies on the other side. Looks like it's bots time. And what is that going to do for me here? I don't know, but we'll take a look. It's going to open that up. Got the big Yiga symbol over here, which is going to activate a block. And yeah, I guess I'm thinking about the block activations and what they actually do for me here, but we'll... oh, look, it's Fanto. And Fanto is going to be the mechanic here we need to deal with appropriately. We actually needed to probably jump on top of the spike balls here. We have 19 seconds to figure this out. Let's see about this, because we need to activate a P-switch for the cursed key to do its job. Pow blocks up there. I don't know what to do with them yet. Looks like it's going to be an arrow shot up towards the on-off switches. And that would drop the POW. But anyway, we're going to have a music activation at the beginning of this section. We'll see how we do after that. And yeah, the spike balls, we can shield them to just get rid of them. I don't know if we actually want to do that. Or if we need to jump on them to hit the POW. I suspect we might need to jump on them to hit the POW, but I'm not quite sure given the shape of that one-way panel there. That's okay, we'll knock them out anyway and just create a bit of space through the center to jump through. And, oh! I guess it was entity-based. That we actually just needed to get rid of the balls the same way that we would deal with the spheres in the actual Yiga fight. Then we just need to hit the on-off switches on either side, and that should activate something for me. After perhaps a few iterations. I'm not exactly sure, because some of this might be off-screen, but we need to figure out what the P-switch activation will be. Possibly I need to punch out the blocks on either side. Or we just keep hitting the on-off switches until something happens, and yes, indeed, something happens, so... Yeah, sometimes when you see alternating on-off switches, you just have to assume that that's how things are going to operate. Now, once the P-switch expires, we'll hear what the music track here is going to be. And, of course, it is Breath of the Wild's desert music. And we'll finish that up. 2 more to go in this sequence. The Thunder Helm addressed to town's concerns in Gerudo to earn use of the ancient heirloom. And very lovely character pixel art, as usual, up top. And after that is Destroy Cannon Part 1. Oh, Part 1. Okay, so it's actually... We have a lot more to go, in fact. We have 15, 16, and then Hestu gives you a pile of poo. So, yeah, I thought it was 15 parts, but it was actually 15 and a bit, because the finale is 2 parts, and then you have Hestu's level at the end. So this is going to be a little longer than expected, but we'll be able to make it, I'm sure. We're getting there. I hope I am able to stay long enough to finish it, beside Visser, because I did not plan to stream this long, and usually past the 4-hour mark or so, there is some possibility that I might have to bail, so if we do, I'll make sure to continue this on a further stream, but in the meantime, we'll see if we can make it. What was this supposed to be again? The Thunder Helm. Ah, yes, of course, hence the desert theme. I bet we can bust this open for no reason. And we'll want to be able to get through eventually anyway. Why don't we try the door? The upcoming level is definitely the longest. Yeah, I'll have to see if it's feasible for me to finish, because it might not be. Anyway, let's make it through. And thanks for warning me. Because we may have to save it for part 2. But we'll do what we can. It would make sense for it to be the longest if it's the Hyrule Castle that is modeled after Breath of the Wild. But we will see what I can do with that. Now let's see about that key coin. We may actually... Yeah, this is a refreshing special. No, it's a reloadable checkpoint, and as a reloadable checkpoint, we need to do the rest of the level first and then make it back over there to that location. So we'll do that. Bouncing on the fish does nothing, but we can bomb our way through here. If we don't get dunked too hard. Okay. Now, why would we want to do that? Let's see. Feels like I could potentially get stuck here, in fact. That looks like a potential block, in fact. We need to blow up this one on the side first. There's definitely the potential for things to go badly if you get yourself trapped in there without an additional sword to take you through. And I don't even know if we should bust through that. It looks... You know what? We didn't need to do it in the first place. We could just make it through here. That was just something to make the pipe look fancy. Anyway, that's going to block off. And we will see what else this does. Okay. Another on-off switch. And what did that do for me now? Or fish? Well, we just need to head back. Okay, 2 coins so far. I feel like there should have been more to that, given that we have a ways to go. Oh yes, we needed to just enter a number of these doors, as well as the pipe in the top left. We should have considered that in the first place. So a POW here needs to be activated. There is a coin buried there as well. Yeah, I guess a P-switch needs to be active, because then you would have a massive coin drop that happens from that. Okay, what is this? This is going to be Thwomps coming out and pushing things, possibly. Nope, they're going to be locked in. We can probably get rid of the chomps, at the very least. This looks like it is just an entity block, in fact. We'll see what we can do with it. I mean, yeah, it looks like we can just kill everything here, and that looks like it's the objective. And then it is going to be a bomb drop on the Buzzies. That should unlock the entity switch, which will then give me this coin over here, and then until we get that done, we will have to be content with the coins that we have so far. Now let's keep an eye on the timer, because if we're running a little bit low, then we run to the reloadable checkpoint. And that's how we'll proceed, just so we can save our progress along the way. Didn't we do something like this already? I thought we did. Yeah, I thought we'd been to this room already. Okay, so never mind that. Then we can also enter the pipe up on the top left. So we still don't know what's going on with this one yet. Let's take a look at what's blocking me. It is a blaster. Okay. Well, let's see what it is. Could be a lengthier segment for all I know, so... And the coin's all the way up there. And there's a boss segment of sorts. Let's see how we do. Okay, we'll need to keep an eye on the clock, as I said before, although looks like we'll just have to deal with this Wind Blight Cannon equivalent, regardless. Just get as many hits as we can on each cycle. Given the availability of the Master Sword, it should not be too difficult to survive it, but... Oh, it is Molduga. Yeah, that's right, because it comes into the ground and it pops out. That's right. That makes a lot more sense. And the music should have been a clue as well. Okay. So, what did that do for me? It should drop a vine somewhere, shouldn't it? Yes, it's going to. Give me a way to climb back up. And encourage me to grab the coin before I go. Okay, 60 seconds. We do need to hit the save point first before we deal with the remaining two. Clueless. Yeah, today we're only doing link levels, but unfortunately I won't be able to take any more today. We are doing general viewer levels tomorrow, though. Today I'm already kind of a little bit over time, and I just want to finish this current series that we're working on, which we're almost at the end of. I need to find a checkpoint. Let's go back. We need to figure out how to loop back. This might be the last one today, in fact. Yeah. Okay. Do we need to release the entity block again to get out of here? I think we might. So unfortunately I did reset this fight. And we're going to time out, in fact, before saving our progress. So. I may even have to bail before finishing this one, to be honest. And we'll have to do a continuation stream at a later point. Because we're down to 1 coin. And I didn't actually find my way back out. Oh, you know what? This was it. I just need to drop in this location. That's literally the only thing I needed to do to save my progress. Alright. That's no way to finish. Let's try to do at least one more run, but this will probably be one of the last attempts. We got most of the way through, so I feel like we could probably do it on this attempt. But if we don't, I will probably end stream for today, and there's enough content remaining in this set that it would make sense to save it. Okay, that's going to activate. Let's go back. And out we go. Did we ever go down this pipe here? I'm not sure we did, in fact. Okay, so this might be something new. And look at this skull in the middle of nowhere. That looks like it's probably just the... Well, I mean, the part of the desert where you find the ferry around the remains of the ancient dragon that is long gone. Nice skull, though. Very cool design. Did we actually need to POW for something? I'm not convinced we did. Did do a coin drop for me. But what did the POW actually accomplish? I'm not sure. Oh, here's the fairy fountain, yeah. This is a nice little effect, actually. The laughing effect matches the Breath of the Wild style fairies quite well. Yeah. This is not the first skeleton that was seen in this form. I guess that might be a bit of a trademark here. A recognizable feature of a Barnstorm Breath of the Wild level. Let's grab a sword. So yeah, I still don't know what the POW accomplished, but like I said, we'll take it. We'll check up here for nothing. And we'll go back. Okay, so once again, we still have to deal with this guy at some point. Looks like entering there with a P-switch might be the way to do it. This one's accounted for. This one I'm pretty sure was accounted for. Let's do the mini-boss segment now, so we don't spend too much time on it. And yeah, we can't fall immediately there, of course. That would be much too cheesy. Hey, you got 3 hits there that time. That's relatively efficient. And we'll see if we can deal out enough punishment in a short amount of time before we get zapped by fire. Oh, whoops. Let's handle with care there. That was a dangerous moment. There we go. And then that should give me the switch activation for Divine, as well as the coin and the exit. So we just need to be careful not to come back here, because that would lock me in again. Anyway, 4 out of 6 accounted for. We know where one of the coins is going to be. We know how to drop in this time, which is a very simple thing that we didn't do previously. I have to work my memory a bit to recall which coin it was we missed. We missed this one. And we need to figure out that last one separately. So we can bomb this, but why would we? Oh yeah, we just need to walk across, that's right. And that's going to be pretty straightforward. We just hit this. And we're out of here. So we should probably save at a checkpoint now, just in case. Although we'll need to get back there immediately if we get the last coin, because otherwise key death is a potential risk. So, this thing here. We need to look at this a couple times. It really looks like it's something that is P-switch based. Now let's take a look at this. Because how else would we access it except if something like a P-switch is blocking... Yeah, no, it's got to be P-switch. We just need to figure out where it is. Where to activate it. Might be in the key room. We need to run over. But let's take a look here. Did we see a P-switch at any point? Not sure where it could have been. And we definitely don't want to drop back into the boss room. We'll have to think about this. There we go, that's the P-switch, okay. That makes sense. We have to race over. Back to the front door. And... what does that say? GSC. Oh yes, that's right, it's a secret shop. That makes sense. That the secret shop would be hidden like this. That's kind of a nice way of implementing that, actually. I'm quite fond of it. Alright, let's bomb this open. We've got 100 seconds left to do whatever the finale is. And then we've got a music auto-scroll finale. Beautiful use of the instrumentation to get the Gerudo music going. And that's the flagpole. Three minute 19 speedrun time on this, I guess if you really know where you're going. So yeah, 750 world record with a speedrun time on it. Clear check is 5 minutes, but the maker knows shortcuts. I think we're saving this. We won't have time to really give it a proper look today, so... It's kind of too bad that we're bailing so close to the end, but I guess that's the Breath of the Wild experience. You really defer the ending until such time as you're ready to deal with it. So we'll probably do it in some kind of overflow stream. But Drashite Visser, if you come during viewer levels, maybe potentially we can look it in as well. But I would like to do these as a series, so we might do some kind of overflow or puzzle stream next week to deal with the rest of these. And yeah, it'll be a better idea than trying to rush myself through it today. It would have been nice to record all of these in one go, but I think we actually saw a really decent chunk of it. And so thank you once again for the recommendation. We'll have to follow up on this at a later point. But yeah, I definitely think I'll want to keep it for later. Possibly next week, although I don't know how much streaming we will be able to fit in. Regardless, thank you so much for dropping by today, everyone who stayed or who watched at any point. And you'll let the creator know he got a VOD to watch. Yeah, I'll be cutting the permanent version of that at the conclusion of the stream as well, so we have something that kicks around for a little bit longer, beyond the usual time-limited availability on Twitch. But I do that with everything Mario Maker on his channel. I save everything for as long as I can, so people have a visual reference in the long term. Regardless, thank you so much for the level. I hope Barnstorm, if he comes by to watch it, enjoys it as well. And we will send the remaining viewership here off to somewhere else in just a moment. So, thank you for enjoying the stream. Enjoy the raid that is coming as well as any other playing or making that you may be up to in the coming days. Thanks so much for watching. And until we send you off to your next destination, have a wonderful weekend and fare thee well.